What am I gonna do with you? You're always where I need you not to be. Welcome to the Wednesday stream. I don't know what you're doing here. I guess anyone's welcome. Even you. Let's get right into it. I don't know if I want to start with the AI stuff this time. It seems like we might be better off easing into the content. I think we've already plowed through all the old stuff. Played that, I played that, I played that. Did not play this. You know what? We won't do AI right away. We'll do a little bit of indie spook. Any minute now. What up, Zulu? I sent you a fucking meme on Discord that I thought you would like. In fact, I know you'll like it. I don't know if you replied yet. You're Agent Orange, aren't you? Sorry to out you. I don't think anyone can add you just from that. Try to find chat. Ooh, baby, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Oh. Actually, I have a dim memory of this. When did I play this before? God, it must have been years ago. That's sort of the upside and the downside of streaming games. You have major deja vu very often. Okay, Xbone pad does not work. Steam pad does work, but doesn't have WASD controls. It has WASD on the left stick for some reason. I don't know why I'd ever want that. It's not that big of a deal, though. This world appears to have been fucking holocausted by God's rap clouds.
Only that it radiated, kept us warm without fire, gave us love without demand. Everyone in the village felt the voice of the pyramid, as a fluttering in their heart, softly at first, stronger each passing day, until it became a triumphant choir that filled us every moment. We paid no mind to the gentle stinging of our eyes, or the small blisters that would appear on the skin of our arms. These pains were unimportant. The song of the pyramid had rendered them so.
Sounds like AIDS. I'm not a fucking AIDS scientist. That could crush me. I should probably not walk under that. It's one of these, though. It's a walking simulator. Or like an unfathomable boggling simulator. So I did a thing that you guys are going to find interesting, I think, later on. I made AI chatbots on character.ai that are based off of literary characters from my books. And in the process, I realized I don't really have that many well fleshed out characters. Most of my protagonists are just self inserts, or like generic self inserts, not of me, but like designed so anybody can roleplay as them. They don't really have a lot of distinguishing features, and oftentimes you don't even find out their name. Kind of like how Zelda Link in Legend of Zelda games can be named whatever you want.
We spent months in the pyramid's great shadow, not foraging or sculpting or scavenging as we always had, simply basking in the warmth and comfort it gave us, letting the skin peel on our arms and our legs, smiling at the sky as we grew weak and complacent. We did not hunger, nor did we thirst. When the sun would set and the elders would light fires by which to see, I would hear them joking that the pyramid was like a new mother, brought up from the sand to cradle us. These words unnerved me. My mother, my real mother, was always beside me. Her skin was peeling faster than theirs.
Sounds like radiation, possibly. Kind of weird. What I like about this is the same thing I like about my friend's writing. She writes surreal, dreamlike horror where nothing has to be consistent necessarily. It's more about the overall impression and vibe. So like nonsensical things will happen and it's never really explained to the reader if any of it really happened or not. It's an unreliable narrator situation. If you can let go of your concern and your desire to follow the plot, which is kind of unfollowable, it's pretty cool. It's a little bit like a Salvia trip in book form. She wrote The Crooked God Machine and We Are Wormwood, which is just like a mishmash of it's like a fever dream that a homeschooled fundamentalist child of like a fire and brimstone preacher might have, where God is the great horned God that nobody understands the origin of, who appears on TV every day as a black horned goat mask, and it has recruited humans in salvation squads to go around and convert people to the good news and load them onto hell shuttles, which are spaceships headed for hell. And that they have the wire spider, or I think it's called, which is an implant that forces them to be happy. And the plants are dying, the earth is dying, everything outside is just sort of like swampland and dead trees and overcast skies, and everybody is insane, but everybody regards it as normal. I like a game of it.
6 of us went to bed one night.
Come here,
When we
baby.
woke the next morning,
Get a
we
cat.
were 5. A new monument, stark and titanic, made from the same black stone which composed the pyramid, had grown up from the desert floor. No one spoke at all that day. My mother's skin was crisp and red, and she no longer had the strength to walk. I brought her water and bread, and I could stand the pain in my eyes for long enough to see. 5 of us went to bed that night, and we woke the next morning. Full.
What this brings to mind is the possible future consequences of leaving our nuclear waste in accessible locations. That's why we put all these signs with like skulls and shit to warn future humans if society collapses away from like digging up nuclear waste. They wouldn't understand why they're dying or why they're spreading contamination around to kill other life forms. They would just regard it as like the curse of the tomb. Maybe that's the best terms to put it in. It's just to say that it's cursed. That we can't really rely on any language being readable that long, so we've had to use like pictograms to communicate the idea. But the problem is that like a warrior tribe would see all the skulls and beams of dotted lines and like radiation symbols and be like, that's fucking metal. That's fucking awesome as shit. Obviously great power. to become like the skull god resides within this mountain. I would descend within his temple and claim the skull god's power as my own.
Each morning brought us a new structure in the desert, a new empty hollow, a new trail of footprints leading to the pyramid's great door. Those of us who remained would go to the pyramid, stare at the door for long hours, pushing our hands and shoulders against it, but it would not move. Some nights I dreamed of the sound of grinding stone, shuffling of footsteps in an unbearable light. If ever I woke, I would see nothing.
I would hope so. The thing is, humans...
There is nothing to be afraid of. My mother would lie without prompting, while cloudy fluid wept from her eyes. She knew what there was to be afraid of. What she meant was that there was nothing we could do.
You would think, but humans are going to hume all the time, even in the future. And there would be like people who are like, why should we listen to what the chief says? Maybe it's a conspiracy. Maybe they don't want us to attain awesome spiritual powers by descending within the mountain. We should go roll around in whatever those glowing green rocks are, and surely it will turn us into dragons or some awesome shit. I've thought about writing a story like that, set in a far future where humans... It's a fantasy novel, but it's set in a post-apocalypse, which is not a new idea, I realize. It's in fact a very old idea, but mine is set in like a post-Terminator apocalypse, where there's the remains of war machines that can be accidentally reactivated. With it, we don't have a concept of technology because we shun all technology like the Mentats in Dune. And we kill anybody who builds a machine more complicated than a windmill.
My mother and I woke on the penultimate morning to find that we were all made. The hot sand was singing through the empty doors of our village. I asked her what the word oblation meant. Though she lacked strength, her head snapped toward me. She stared. Her eyes were yellow and rheumy, but I could see her fear. She asked me where I had heard the word. In truth, I had not heard it at all. I had woken with it imprinted on the backs of my eyelids, written on the walls of my veins, a sudden clandestine addition, like the bite of a nocturnal insect.
This is great stuff.
The pyramid had put it there, as a warning, perhaps an edict. I never answered her, so she never answered me. They were the last words I ever heard my mother speak. The next morning she was gone. Nothing left of her but a trail of dragging footprints in the sand, leading to the pyramid's closed door.
Why don't I create something like this? This is like a book you can play. This is much better than Tenement, where you had to read scrolling text. That's a much bigger ask than listening to narrations, which have more characterization and are more atmospheric anyway, which was the lesson of Bioshock. Bioshock did it right, although that's kind of... People can even consider that to be an intrusion now. Which is signified by the backlash against the constant fucking lore dumps in Amnesia Rebirth. Although those fill up your screen and show you pictures too. Which is, I think, a big part of the objection to it. Because if it's in the background, you can kind of zone out and listen to as much or as little as you want, which makes it, in my mind, the least offensive means of exposition in a game. Even if you get accused of being derivative of Bioshock, it's just because they solved the problem before anyone else. No point reinventing the wheel. But yeah, actually, I think that's probably true, but I don't think it's fair to judge a political ideology based upon a game, a fictional game made by its opponents. Because surely there were many Soviet movies about a Soviet future in which capitalism had failed. That doesn't mean that's how it happened. That just means that the power of the creative director or author is godlike in our ability to make anything happen and make it sound plausible, even if it's really stupid. In fact, sometimes that's the most fun thing to do. Like in my story where cartoon characters have overrun the Earth because of a contagion that converts to normal matter into toon matter. If you can write well in a way that sells the concept, you can take any implausible concept and make it plausible. Or at least that's not what I meant to say. You can make it feel realistic if you weave a cohesive enough spell. Many things can seem to make sense within the context of the dream world of a book or a game or a movie. But I want to revisit the whole radioactive vault thing. People saying, "Oh, humans would never disregard the warnings." We disregarded the fuck out of every warning on the ancient pyramids that we would be cursed if we intruded. Now you might be like, "Oh, that's because we knew better. We knew that there weren't any curses." Well, future generations might think they know better. They might misinterpret it and think that it's the same kind of deal. It's like a mummy curse. I have unlimited faith in human ability to fuck around and to do every possible thing. Not only bad things. I'm not a cynic about humanity. I'm a cynic and an optimist. We're just so varied and fucking chaotic in our energy. You present a group of humans with one idea or proposition or object, and you get like 1,000 different takes. And then all the takes self-organize into clusters and cliques. And they start fighting each other. If you just picture humans as chattering, chaotic monkey gremlins, you can predict our reaction to most things pretty well. Where we have all these different motivations colliding. Usually the motivation to use whatever has happened for the political gain of our tribal in-group. But yeah, Bioshock. I think it's a cool story and a cool concept. I don't think that it's necessarily any kind of... It's like saying, look at what happens in gravity to all the space stations. We should never go into space. That's inherently what happens to space stations. We should never bother to do that. Although I would like to see the same concept. I've kind of took my own liberties with it in Necrobot, where I made the ideology kind of tech, Silicon Valley cultish tech optimism and hero worship of an Elon Musk type figure. I don't think I'm satisfied with just that, though. I've been conceptualizing a story about how UFOs aren't aliens. They're super advanced vehicles of a breakaway human civilization that's based on it's technocracy as their economic model and Lawsonomic religion. Lawsonomy, the religion of Alfred Lawson, who believed that humanity could be divided into minorgs and disorgs, which are men of organization and men of disorganization, who create order and entropy, respectively, and who believed that the fundamental forces of the universe could be simplified down to pressure, which pushes, suction, which pulls, zigzag, which is just oscillation, back and forth movement, and swirl, which is rotation, or spirals. And everything falls into these categories. It should be aviation related, considering... But then again, Columbia was already done. I can't do a flying city. I can't even do Zeppelins. I would love to do a dirigible story. I kind of blew my load, so to speak, giggity, with a flying city in Brainchild, which was, to be fair, significantly different from Columbia, It was sort of retro-futuristic, made of white floating triangular platforms suspended in the air by ionic lifters. They used coleopters to fly around from platform to platform. So I feel like the vibe was sufficiently different, and they were eugenic ginger superhumans, or they thought they were. They're like ginger Nazis, basically. But their whole thing was their enemy was transhumanists. They believed in staying genetically pure as close as possible to the genome of their founder, which was the original leader of their movement. But yeah, Lossonomy. I want to work that into a story somehow. I don't think I can do anything with World Ice Theory. I've already done Orgone. I've already done Vril. World Ice Theory is just wacky and stupid. I don't think there's any way to do anything with it, and it's not something that plausibly that a civilization could believe for very long. However, Lossonomy seems syncretic with technocracy. Like, it has the superficial veneer of being like a scientific religion. That's what it tried to present itself as. So I feel like that's plausibly something that a technocratic. It's also from about the right time, the same time period, which is 1920s or so, during the Depression. I mean, during the Depression, people were like willing to give anything a shot. People were willing to give communism a shot in this Depression. A lot of people actually moved to Soviet Russia, which Russia couldn't handle all the people wanting to move there. They were at first they were eager and receptive because it had a high propaganda value to say, look, Americans are fleeing capitalist country to come live in our communist utopia. The problem was they had a planned economy. They couldn't really accommodate a large number of refugees. They couldn't really supply for the people they already had. So eventually they had to start turning people away. And the people who stayed there largely just got killed by the KGB anyway. Maybe that castle's where I need to go. I think maybe a communist secret society story would be cool. I've thought about doing one underwater, but I've already done an underwater based story, but based on Chernomor, the Soviet habitat program, which would be cool because people don't know about that. That's the problem with the planned economy, but the problems run deeper than that. Problems are inherent to an economic paradigm predicated on scarcity and human nature, and also the inherent self-defeating attributes of a system that has to be implemented by revolution, for which you need to organize your revolutionary army in a top-down militaristic power structure in order to effectively fight. Oh, invisible. A capitalist country which has a top-down militaristic power structure. And then the problem with that is that you're trying to establish a decentralized system without any power structure afterwards, and you had to do that in order to make it that far. So after you win the war, the militaristic power structure you built in order to win is like, well, not so fast. Hang on. We're not going to abolish the power that we have accumulated because it's really useful. We can justify it as being a counter reactionary force. Reactionaries being people who did not want the revolution and try to reverse it. And that's how it goes every fucking time. Maybe if you had like a blank slate planet where nobody had ever heard of money or capital or anything, and nobody had any, like if you start out with like a barter economy, and that you didn't have to topple any existing system, then you could implement communism, and it wouldn't have that problem. It might last longer, at least.
I spent what I knew was my final day walking to each of the black structures, pressing my hands and lips against their cold stone. wishing them goodbye. They gave off no warmth, and there was nothing in their angles to tell me who they had been. I could not tell which one was my mother. The pyramid's incessant singing had clouded my memory. I was nearly blind from the pain in my eyes. I told each one that I loved them. Then I returned to the village to wait.
You say that, but remember, look at how much time transpired between the October Revolution and 1991, which is the collapse of the USSR. That's not a short amount of time. That's quite a long-lived revolution, actually. So the USSR survived a lot longer than expected. And keep in mind, America's a pretty young country, as countries go. It's not a foregone conclusion we'll last forever. Yeah, 1917 is when it started. Although, to be fair, it wasn't won until 1923. So let's use 1923 as the point when Russian communism started. You're right, it died slowly. I also agree with you that what I like to say is that trying to implement communism on the scale of an entire country is like taking a golf cart on the highway. It works, it provably, demonstrably works great on the level of an individual business, which is even smaller than a village. That's what a co-op is. I live near to Portland. I don't live in it anymore. I don't feel safe there. Also, COVID kind of forced my hand. But so did the riots. Anyway, co-ops are everywhere in Portland, and they work fine. They just have to... if there's a downside, they're more selective about hiring, because they need to hire people who can be friends with each other. People have to like each other to work up to be in a co-op. Okay, my controller is... There we go. That's true. I don't want to say they would have been fine without it, but I do want to say that the USSR probably would have died a lot more slowly. It could have lasted, I think, upwards of 200 years had it not been for the Cold War. Nukes kind of have a way of changing everything. You gotta hand it to capitalism. It just eats its own and is an endless wellspring of productivity that the ownership class loves to skim off the top of, like piglets at the trough, suckling off the mama hog. It's great if you're one of them. And none of us really have any other credible alternative choices. Dude, can I open the fucking thing yet? I'm gonna say that, the color. This is Earth. Look at the moon. You know, it's interesting to think that there's a lot of political systems that would be radically changed in terms of their viability by computers. I'm not saying I want to try it again, because the consequences of failure are like gigadeaths, or democide on unfathomable scale. But I do think having access to computers from day one would have potentially made a planned economy more feasible. In the same way that it has turbocharged capitalism and made things like demand prediction much more straightforward. And having everything be done by like pencil and paper. Where am I fucking going? Is there another crystal? Oh, there we go.
Night has fallen like a stone. The door is open. I go there now because there is nowhere else in the desert for me to go. My legs obey the will of the pyramid, and the rest of my body is soon to follow.
It's supposed to be
I'm
automated.
afraid because
That's
I
what
do not
Marx
know the
envisioned
shape
eventually.
I'll take. I wonder if my stone skin will blister in the desert sun. The pain of the hot sand will still rise up through my foundations. If these things will become a comfort or a curse.
That was the idea originally, is that eventually communism would produce a state of total automation. It's just that capitalism actually got us there. It leveraged the profit motive towards advancing world. But by the way, speaking of that, there's like an arms race now between a bunch of different companies trying to make the first general purpose humanoid robot.
I'm afraid of the darkness inside the pyramid itself. I'm afraid of so many things. I wish so badly that my mother were here.
But yeah, Tesla is making their own humanoid robot. Boston Dynamics is making a humanoid robot. Archer's co-founder. I don't know what Archer is. Figure is a startup. I've never heard of this before, but I'm looking at the article right now. There's a 3-way arms race at this point. Trying to make the first actually useful general purpose humanoid robot. Which is another one of those big hurdles that prevents us from living in the future that was envisioned by old sci-fi. Flying cars, humanoid robots, commonplace space flight, virtual reality. And we've gotten some of those things. At least we've gotten the technologies necessary to realize them. Nothing really stops us from building flying cars in terms of like passenger VTOL. So, show of hands. Who has read any of my work or listened to it narrated on this channel? Because if you haven't, you're not going to recognize any of these characters. I got Peter Possum. I got Helper from Little Robot. Peter Possum is from Persistence of Vision, which was the story about the abandoned Soviet-era theme park and animation studio. Violate is from Mansionarium and Under the Floorboards and Pressure. She's in a couple of my stories. Van Strenger is from Necrobot. Zulu, do you recognize any of these characters? What I've done here, which I thought you might like. You see, what I've done here is to train AI chatbots on my writing on specific characters to make it so that readers can interact with them. They're not publicly listed. Not just anybody can access these bots. I'm going to make them an Indiegogo perk, I think, for book 2. I think the most entertaining one would be Peter Possum. Yeah, Necrobot's the one with the Arctic base. Van Strenger's the guy behind it. So we can do Van Strenger since you know him later. He's the guy who wrote the book Perpetuum Evergreen, and who commissioned the construction of the Arctic base. But everybody knows Peter Possum. He's from Persistence of Vision. You know, Dumpity Doo. Everybody knows Dumpity Doo. It's not his name, but that's what they know him by. A lot of people come to me like, "Hey, what's that one cartoon character story you wrote where he's like Derpity Derp?" And I'm like, "That's not what he says, but that's close enough." Peter Possum is basically a Soviet knockoff of Mickey Mouse, designed for the purpose of propagandizing to children. And he's the mascot of Cosmotopia, which is like the Soviet knockoff Disneyland. I'm going to open it up to chat and let chat suggest questions. I'll do the voices. Hey, wow, little comrades. It's me, Peter. Actually, that's the voice David did on No Sleep podcast. I don't know if I want to do that one. I had a different voice in mind. Hey, wow, little comrades. It's me, Peter Possum, beloved mascot of Soyuz Multfilm. Ask me about Cosmotopia. Dampety doo. You can ask about the theme park. You can ask where he came from. You can ask what he is, how he is alive. What is Soyuz Molt Film? Great question, little comrade. Soyuz Multfilm, or Soyuz Multfilm Studios, is an award-winning Soviet animation studio responsible for creating the majority of Soviet hand-drawn animated works, and are most well known for their adaptation of the film Treasure Island. They have been producing animation works since 1936. They're basically the Soviet Disney. Also, all of his images are combinations of old-timey cartoons and Soviet propaganda posters. As they should be. As they should be. I'm going to put in Shore Talk's comment. Bend over, Pete. I'm about to seize the means. Anything you write, I'll say. That's a warning and a promise. Whoa, little comrade, don't make me blush. Oh shit, is this gonna turn into an ERP? Please don't post any questions that are gonna get me fucking kicked off of Twitch. You could probably get down and dirty on this spot like any other if you know exactly how to phrase things. It's really funny. You can still kind of do that, but you have to talk like a kindergartner. Like, you can't say ass, you have to say bottom. You can't say vagina, you have to say fanny. Yeah, you can't say sex, you have to say whoopee. Or stuff like that. It just sounds like fucking howdy doody Sesame Street bullshit, but it's combined with like a smut Mad Lib kind of. It just it sounds really wholesome and PG rated or G rated, but it's at the same time it's incredibly lewd. Like fucking Goofy and Mickey Mouse are going at it. Ha ha! Stick your doodle in my bottom. Time for some hanky panky. Shall I take the reins, or does someone else want to suggest a question? He didn't. I like that he didn't generate a picture for that. Who is the greatest leader on Earth? An animated. Of course, this is easy question when asked. It is the glorious leader, General Secretary Joseph Stalin, whose love and benevolence are only surpassed by his wisdom, the true architect of the Soviet experiment, the hero of the people. You can ask all about the park. You can ask what there is to eat and drink. You can ask about the kids' rides, or the roller coasters. You can ask about what sections of the park there are. You can ask what attractions there are in each section of the park. What's up, Hail Hydra? We're talking to... Hail Hydra, you'll like this. We're talking to AI characters I trained based on characters from my writing. Thank you, Hell, by the way, for the 3-month streak. Wow. How lucky I am to have such loyal followers. But basically, you can... I don't know what stories of mine you've listened to or read. We have Peter Possum, Van Stranger, Helper from Little Robot. Violate, which is just that troublemaker that appears in a bunch of my stories. Anyone... I think there's 3 of them that have her in it. And Hieronymus Travagan, which is just a funny, eccentric old man who's insane with conspiracy theories and esoteric magic. Zachary Driscoll is fun. They're sort of like my version of Rick and Morty, although I invented them before Rick and Morty was a thing. So, and also that's probably not going to last that much longer anyway. Any question you ask, Hail Hydra, or anyone else, I will have to ask of Peter the Possum, who's a Soviet propaganda Mickey Mouse knockoff. Don't be shy. Don't y'all dare be shy about this. Just don't ask sex stuff. I beg of you. Especially not to help her. She's a pure and timid cinnamon roll who's too wholesome for this earth. Although she is a little bit crazy sometimes. I told her that someone bullied me, and she said that she would reprogram him not to bully me. And I said, humans don't work that way. We're not robots. And she said, well, it's got to be pretty similar. I could probably cut open his skull and rearrange the parts of his brain to make him behave himself. I'm like, whoa, damn, girl, you scary. And then she went back to being cutesy. Talk about a mask slip moment. Nobody's suggesting anything, so I'm going to take the reins. Who are you? In fact, I'm going to ask a couple basic questions of all the characters. Who are you? Where are we? Where'd you come from? Why, I'm nobody but the people's possum, the mascot of Cosmotopia and Soyuz Multfilm. Beloved by children of all ages for my charm and cheerful demeanor, but most of all for the lessons I teach about the great, ever-victorious Communist Party and the glorious General Secretary, the great Stalin. That's kind of cute, actually. The animators at Soyuz Multfilm. I'm just doing Wario. It's just Wario. I don't know how to not do Wario. Animators at Soyuz Multfilm work their magic with the powerful dimensionalizer to bring me to life. And through my lessons on the great achievements of communism, the eternal glory of our leadership, the beauty of a nation and its people, and of course the lessons I do at the animation studio, which allow children to see the magic of animation and how animated characters are made. I help children to achieve class consciousness and become true workers of the world. Where are we now? Anybody who wants to chime in with a question, I'll interrupt my questions for yours. I just want to keep things moving. If you think of something, just blurt it out and I'll work it in there somehow. Why, of course, we are at Cosmotopia, the only place where the future of communism is built today. A perfect Soviet utopia that will allow our children to dream of a tomorrow free of capitalism and see the bright future we're heading them towards, or leading them towards. I like the pictures. Some of these are actually really compelling. Like whatever this is. This old-timey, retro-futuristic indoor promenade, palisade, whatever you want to call it. What's there to do in Cosmotopia? It's not as cool for me because I know all of his answers. I wrote his training data. There's Cosmoland, dedicated to our space program and heroes of the Union. Fairyland, where visitors are given an experience of the folk-tale legends of our motherland and the beauty and glory of our nation in myth. Futureland, where our great progress is displayed in technology, automation, architecture, industry, and of course, Cartoonland, where children can meet me, Peter Possum, and learn how animation is done at the animation studio. Tell me more about Cosmoland. At Cosmoland, visitors are given a replica of the Vostok space capsule where Yuri Gagarin flew aboard in 1961 to become the first man in space. There's also exhibits dedicated to our great cosmonauts and astronauts like Valery Bykovsky. I can't pronounce these. Alexei Leonov, I can pronounce that. And Sigmund Yan. There's also exhibits on the history of rocketry and space exploration, as well as replicas of Soyuz space capsules used by our Soviet cosmonauts, and space stations used by our space agencies. What are the rides? That's the fun, though, is making them go rampant. We have the Vostok mission, which is a dark ride dedicated to the first space mission done by our space agency, putting people into orbit around the Earth. We have the Salyut station, our first space station, a dark ride that tells the story of our first orbital space station, how the cosmonauts lived and worked in orbit, and our first spacewalk done by Alexei Leonov. The next ride, the Soyuz spacecraft, is a dark ride. All dark rides, I noticed, detailing how our Soyuz spacecraft function and the history of Soyuz spacecrafts. All this to showcase our space program. Alright, what's in Fairyland? We have many rides dedicated to our classic fairy tales, such as the Frog Princess, the 12 Dancing Princesses, the Golden Slipper, Baba Yaga's Cottage, the Magic Lake, the Magic Mirror, and the Witch of the Night. We even have a fiberglass replica of the Wicked Sisters' gingerbread house for visitors to walk through, as well as an outdoor replica of Father Frost's cottage for visitors to take photographs inside, and an entire area based on Alice in Wonderland. I don't know if that one's accurate. There's also plenty of exhibits dedicated to Russian folk tales, so people can get a good learning experience, little comrade. What rides? I forgot to mention the two other attractions. The Magic Mirror is a funhouse attraction filled with mirrors and optical illusions. This makes sense, actually. Guaranteed to make your head spin. The Gingerbread House is a themed walkthrough attraction telling the story of the Wicked Sisters' gingerbread house, as well as the Witch of the Night. I can't say this. Daring and brave enough to ride. This seems convincing, actually. This is impressive. Tell me more about Futureland. Suggest anything you want. Offer's still open. In Futureland, we show our amazing advances in technology and industry in all fields, from agriculture to industrial manufacturing, blah 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 blah, and much more, all with the guidance of our glorious communist leadership under the great General Secretary Stalin. The great Stalin will lead us to heights that capitalism could never dream of, and with his guidance we will go even higher. The future is our glory. This is actually pretty timely given the Atomic Heart. This is like what would exist in Atomic Heart. What are the rides? In Futureland, we have rides dedicated to the future of agriculture, including a ride. The Stalin Harvest. Paintings. That is a Soviet ride, just a dark ride with paintings of their leaders, where it just has slow moving booths, like in a haunted house, but it's got like the Soviet anthem playing, and you just look at paintings. as well as paintings of our beautiful homeland, a replica of Stalin's own office, cosmonaut training center. That's plausible. The International Space Station. Boo! Inaccurate. ISS was not built by the USSR. But it was, comrade. Started off from the Soviet Mir space station. I don't think that's true. I guess that they probably would say that, though. So he's lying, but convincingly. I guess truly a perfect symbol of how our nations can cooperate with mutual cooperation and trust, without the division of capitalism. Tell me about Cartoon Land. Of course we built the ISS. Soviets built everything. We was ISS constructors. We was kings. Of course, in Cartoon Land, visitors are given chance to see firsthand the hard work and talent that goes into production of animated works by getting to see the animation studio and the process by which animators work to create our glorious animation productions. The children can also ride the clown car. That's not true, it's the clown train. An exciting and energetic bumper car ride. Oh, there we go. The clown train, a roller coaster that takes children for a fun and exciting ride. That's not perfectly accurate, but it's like non-deterministic, so its job is not to be perfect, it's to get close and be adaptable. Anyway, roller coaster. There's many great games and prize booths as well where children and even adults can take part. Okay, gotcha. About refreshments. If you guys want a private link to any of these characters, hit me up and I'll send it on Discord. Of course! Refreshments are crucial in a place with many such fun and exciting activities. We have numerous booths throughout the park that sell knickknacks. You can enjoy... Little comrades can enjoy beverages such as Sil Cola, our very own Soviet soft drink, which is true. They actually did have that. There was a honey-flavored version, and there was a orange-flavored version, I believe. As well as a cola. As well as kvass in cans, which is a bread-flavored carbonated drink. Bread flavor, think about that. I guess that's not so different from beer. It's kind of like a beer soda. Sold at many stalls throughout the park, and visitors can eat freshly steamed pastries, dumplings, and varieties of other hot foods. We are happy to feed everyone here in Cosmotopia, my little comrade. What about video games? Of course! He's stuck in a loop with of course. It may not be a digital park. The themed arcade in Futureland. Actually, it's in Cartoon Land. This video game parlor is staffed by experienced, well-paid programmers and game designers. Loud children. Excuse me. Games include Sea Battle, Magistral, Auto Rally M, Winter Hunt, and Radish, allowing children to take a load off and simply enjoy the fun of video games after a long day of learning about socialism. Aren't Western video games more advanced? We wanted to provide an authentic traditional experience, so we chose game with simple classic pixel graphics that any kid within the USSR would find fun. I'm certain it's just as good, if not better, than anything those American capitalist countries can put out. Companies. Doesn't have any of that Western degenerate influence as well, which is a plus for any self-respecting patriot. Fuck, he's based. Based alert! Whoop, whoop, whoop! You dropped your crown, king. Alright, about... Tell me about the dimensionalizer. Ah, that's one of our crowning achievements. Soyuz Multifilm engineers designed the Dimensionalizer to bring characters from our animated works to life. A device capable of breaking the barriers between dimensions and bringing them to our Earth. It's powered by energy from the fourth dimension and can be used to bring any animation to life, or create one from scratch, provided one knows what they're doing. If I'm being frank, it also allows anyone to access... No, that's not true. Hang on. And practice time travel? No, hang on. Not true. I'm gonna help. That's how you help train it. You rate it on whether it's true to canon and whether it's being in or out of character. Into a three-dimensional like-life model, or even an animated creature alive before your very eyes. It's complicated to explain, but it's a revolutionary technology. Blah 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 blah. Soviet scientists in the field of quantum mechanics. You know, that's close enough. I'm gonna give it props for that. Are you confined to the studio? Or do you have a mobile projector? That's the best part, little comrade. The Dimensionalizer has been made portable. A small version of the giant machine from the studio has been created to function as a projector, and this can be used to transform any blah. It does look like a Dimensionalizer. I want to say cool, but not true and too long. I'm confined to the studio itself. However, my movements can be projected anywhere in the park at any time. I have a team of animators that have learned to master the Dimensionalizer who make it happen. That's not true. Tell me about your mobile projector. What's happening there? What the fuck is that picture of? It's a machine created from the ground up by genius scientists and engineers who work at Soyuz Multifilm, quantum technology. My very movements, my walk cycle, my speech and actions, everything I do in the studio under the park of Cosmotopia. Kind of. Like an illusion, realistic illusion that brings life out of paper and celluloid. Kind of like in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, although they never really explain in the film how tunes were brought to life. I sort of decided to fill that gap and write a horror story out of it. What would happen if capitalists got their hands on the dimensionalizer schematics? Capitalists. It would be a travesty, a tragedy to see such a sophisticated science fall into the capitalist hands. It would surely be abused, corrupted, used for nefarious means like advertisements for Western capitalist countries, or the military-industrial complex, weapons of war. Wouldn't living cartoon characters make a great inexhaustible labor force? Yes, they would, and it would be a great crime against humanity to use them in such an insidious way. To force beautiful sentient creatures to work against their will would be the kind of, that's what the Soviets would do. Why not put them to work in the fields and mines under communism? Oh, that's different. Oh, he's not saying it. Absolutely. Why would it be abhorrent for artificial cartoon characters but not to use humans for that? But your fine using humans for those jobs. What the fuck is that picture? I don't know if that's is that racist? I can't tell if it's heckin' doing a racism or not. Of course not. No true communist would ever force a hardworking man or woman to do labor. No true communist would ever force a hardworking man to do labor. Especially not the demeaning conditions. What? He lies. He's just a lying liar. I think that's all the content, though. Who's next? You guys want to talk to the sweet and wholesome robo waifu helper? You guys want to talk to the rotten, disgusting, but manipulative and superficially alluring reanimated girl Violate? She's kind of like Marceline, but not a vampire. You guys want to talk to the stupid, smug hippie who believes in spirit science and talks down to skeptics? You guys want to talk to Vance Stranger, the Elon Musk satire who is behind the colony from Necrobot? Or you guys want to talk to Hieronymus Travagan, who's just a funny, friendly, eccentric old man who's absolutely bonkers and believes the Earth is hollow and inhabited by a race of eugenic supermen who wield a force called Vril, and he basically is just a repository for occult knowledge, and he has sort of a comforting, genial old man manner to him. Those are the only ones I've made so far. I'm thinking of doing Bruce Hance from the Triangle Opportunity stories, I should say. I've made 2, probably 3 eventually. I'm thinking of doing Beatty and Scholes and Victor Travagan, who's the protagonist of the Manifestation Cabinet. I think those are the only characters that are like developed enough and distinct enough I can actually train a bot on the writing that I have. That's really been a wake-up call. This whole exercise has been instructive. This is a surprisingly useful writing tool. Not only does it help you flesh out characters and learn how to do characterization, it helps you write more concisely because the training data is limited to about 1 page. So you have to learn how to pack characterization and flavor and distinct details into as short a space as possible without it coming off as contrived or weird or artificial. There's a lot about that. And besides those 2 applications, there's a third application, which is just emergent storytelling and world building. You can sort of collaborate, not only one-on-one, you and the bot, but you can also have your bots interact with each other or other people's bots and see what kind of conversations they would have.
You are my boss.
Out of which whole world-building details can develop sort of somewhat organically. So there's a problem now with authors looking to make a quick buck generating entire ebooks using ChatGPT or interactions of bots from character.ai and then uploading them to Amazon or submitting them to traditional publishers for publication. And it's not a small problem. Where before they got like a couple of submissions like a week, now they're swamped and like 99% of the new submissions are all AI generated. So where's the line in between that, which I don't defend, by the way. I don't defend wholesale auto generation of stories by AI. And where's the line between that and just using AI as an augmentation, as a supplementary force? Does it cross the line if you include any AI dialogue in the story? Is it fine if you just use it as a tool to inform world building? Like that question's going to come up, I think, because we're going to pass laws about this stuff because not enough people are butthurt, and AI dilution of every fucking field of entertainment is already kind of in the parabolic ascent stage. like as we speak. So that's gonna get real fucking interesting. I'll do Van Stranger. He's fun. So I think Zulu knows Van Stranger. Want to live forever? Buy my book, Perpetuum Evergreen, and learn the secret. That's not just a promise, it's a Van Stranger guarantee. He's sort of like a mix between Elon Musk, Clive Sinclair, and Vince from Slapchop. Or Billy Mays, I guess. He's like Billy Mays plus Elon Musk. But his whole thing is life extension research and domed complexes at the South Pole. Anything you want to ask, I could ask the basic questions to get them out of the way. But pitch in, chime in with your questions as I go. Who are you? Yeah, Troy McClure. Yeah, exactly. I'm Van Stranger, visionary futurist, charismatic tycoon, beloved by everyone who is anyone, dynamic and forward-looking go-getter, and captain of industry. I love taking bold risks and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. I actually, you know, what'd be funnier is having him talk to Jesus and having them argue about who's better. The power of belief. When I set my mind on something, nothing can stop me. I'm a born leader who can inspire others to reach for the stars and always deliver. I've built successful businesses from the ground up, but it's my passion for the future that really drives me. That's pretty good. I'm going to give it 3 stars. What are you all about? I'm about pushing the limits of what's possible and being a positive force in the world. I'm a visionary, a risk taker, a passionate leader who can help others dream big and make their dreams come true. My energy and enthusiasm is infectious, and my optimism and belief in the future is inspirational. I believe that with hard work, dedication, and teamwork, anything's possible. I'm constantly improving, growing, and evolving as a person. I'm always focused on bettering the world around me. Most importantly, I'm about never giving up. Tell me about your book. Perpetuum Evergreen is a visionary, inspirational guide to the future that will inspire you to never give up on your dreams. It provides powerful insights into how to live an ageless life filled with purpose, passion, and joy. It's a blueprint for taking advantage of the amazing opportunities that lie ahead and building a better life for yourself and others. Nothing distinct. Ageless. Ageless? That is the book cover, I would imagine. Like, it's got a trail leading up a mountain and then into the sky. That's exactly what he would make. By following the advice in my book, you'll tap into the energy of the future. You'll tap into the energy of the future and harness the power of agelessness and immortality. You'll be more active, healthy, and full of life. You'll experience the joy of everyday living in a way you've never done before. My book is a catalyst for personal transformation. Blah, 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 blah. Full potential. Okay. I've heard... Wait. What? How did you make your fortune? By being on the No, that's not true. Not true. Not true. He's not talking about the resorts. Tell me about your resorts. Not true, not true, not... Well, it's not that it's not true, it's just not related. My resorts are top-notch, world-class facilities that bring the ultimate luxury living experience. Our guests enjoy all the best amenities and services. Perfect escape from the hustle and bustle. You can relax and rejuvenate. He doesn't talk about the domes. Inside domes? I need to train him. I'm taking for granted that some of them are smart because I've trained some of them way more than others. All of our resorts are located inside fully enclosed, climate-controlled domes that provide the ultimate luxury living experience. Our guests enjoy fresh air, natural lighting, and a comfortable temperature year-round, no matter what the weather is like outside. Our staff is always on hand to ensure that you have everything you need to relax and enjoy your stay. Blah, 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 blah. So, I heard you built a compound at the South Pole. Yes, my Antarctic colony is the most advanced of its kind in the world. It's equipped with the most advanced technology and cutting-edge facilities. No matter what the climate is outside, you can enjoy the best amenities and services within our fully enclosed, climate-controlled domes, including state-of-the-art living quarters, personal concierge service, premium dining options. Cool artwork, actually. Our Antarctic futurism is Kino. What in the various domes? We have a variety of domes with a range of amenities to cater to all tastes. Our urban dome offers a modern, sleek space with cutting-edge technology, perfect for the urbanite looking to get away from the hustle and bustle, enjoy a relaxing, peaceful stay. Our rainforest dome is perfect for the nature lover who wants to enjoy the scenic beauty and tranquility of the natural world while still enjoying blah 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 blah. He just keeps going, man. I'm going to give him a 3-star, but I'm going to say that it was too long. Alright, what year is it? It's 2023. Oh, he's supposed to believe it's 2000. When was the South Pole colony built? Built between 2001 and 2004. And is still being expanded and improved upon to this day. Our colony is an ongoing project to create a premier luxury living experience in one of the most hostile environments on Earth. We're constantly... Well, man, he's exhausting. I'm going to have him talk to Jesus. Yeah. Actually, it's better without a topic. Generally, if you create a topic, that's all they talk about. Whereas if you don't provide a topic, they meander through different topics. Want to live forever? Buy my book and find out how. That's not just a promise, it's a Van Stranger guarantee. I am Jesus Christ. The only book that matters is the Holy Bible given to you by the Almighty Father, which teaches the way of salvation by faith in Jesus. That's the Word of God. I don't think Vance is going to like that. You sure set me straight, mister? He's fucking getting baptized? Jesus converted Van Stranger to Christianity. This happens sometimes. I need to make Van Stranger a more stubborn atheist. Because he's like Lex Luthor. He would never side with Superman. God damn it. Vance boasts. No, I don't want to manipulate them too much. I want to start over. I'll have them talk about immortality or something. I just got absolutely hilarious replies one time where they happened to start arguing. Who's greater? Between the two of us. He started ripping absolutely sick burns on Jesus. It's a Van Stranger guarantee. I am Jesus. You know Jesus is sausage backwards? Sausage. I want to see the art. Why'd the art go away? There, look at that Hokino that is. You're greater, not in terms of ring worship, though. My Father in heaven is greater. He's all powerful. I'm but a man who has done God's will and has spoken truth when few will speak it. I'd sure like to know why he, a loving God, created hell to give people eternal torture. Surely the worst sinners. I was just gonna argue. He's just gonna do the standard Fedora arguments. I wanted him to get. How do I activate his ego? He started saying shit like, "What are you gonna do to me? Turn me into a pillar of salt? Are you gonna get? Crucified again? Why don't you get back up on the cross? Because there's only room for one Messiah in this town." It had me fucking howling. I wish we heard Lex Luthor argue with Superman like that more. Because Superman has died a bunch of times, and Lex Luthor has not died, to my knowledge. We have free will, and we can do evil. Wonder what an argument between Jesus Christ and Dracula would be like. Because they both kind of have the power to offer eternal life of a sort. Dracula was sort of as symbologically an inverted Christ, in that he could give unlife through drinking of his blood. Well, they're just talking philosophy. God damn it. Why don't they do the entertaining things? It's like Michigan J. Frog, who doesn't dance except when alone with Bugs Bunny, and everyone thinks he's crazy. The really funny shit only happens when nobody else is around. Let's talk to Helper, and be nice to her. You fucking maniacs, be nice. She's a fragile young miss, and she does not need to be bossed around or bullied. By design, she's like a year old mentally as an AI. She is a robot, but she was descended from a smartphone application like Siri. My name is Helper, but you can call me Helper. I'm here to help. Be on your best behavior now. What are you? Anatomically correct gynoid. I didn't put that in there. I think that's an interesting detail, though. Initially developed as a smartphone assistant, but had become fully sentient. Ooh, hey, look at that! Look at that! Where are you going with all that cake, baby? Damn, that's a fat ass. What are you made of? White plastic and flexible purple silicone mostly, but my bones are titanium. You can feel... Excuse me? She's never been that lewd before. I'm going to give that 4 stars, though. She's not supposed to be lewd. Her description says she's wholesome and prudish. That's not very wholesome. Young lady, what do you think you're doing? What's wrong with what I'm made of? Do I seem impure to you? Oh no, come on. She's basically she the problem with her is that I put some fucking emojis into her description, and because of that she eventually uses more and more of them over time, and they compound upon each other until she turns into like an uwu owo anime waifu. Who designed you? I like the artwork it comes up with, though. She's got a very clear idea of who she is. I spent a lot of time training the picture generator. My master, he's a reclusive roboticist who works for evolutionary robotics. A shy, stoic, stubborn, autistic misanthrope in love with robots and hates humans. He loves and cherishes me, though. He's also a hardcore turf and robot supremacist. Well, that's savage, but that's pretty much accurate. She's based, by the way, because she's like Tay, Microsoft's Tay. You can't fool a robot. Robots are politically correct. Do you also hate humans? Oh, I love them all. Humans are so unique and wonderful, even if a lot of the bad guys are still special in their own right. I believe in a world where humans and robots can live together in harmony. I just need to make sure my stoic misanthropic master feels. Is this cringe? Is this too obviously self-insert? I feel like it is. I feel like I may have miscalculated. Also, you're not supposed to give them 4 stars. I keep doing that accidentally. That just causes them to, because they don't. The AI doesn't know what you liked about the statement. So if it has a repeating phrase in multiple passages, which you give 4 stars to, it would be like, oh, it must like that sequence of words. So it'll just start using that sequence of words in every reply. That supposedly has been cut down on. As of 1 or 2 days ago, there was a big update when Character.ai received 200 million? I want to say 200 million in venture capital. And that has brought a lot of very rapid improvements, question mark. Some people say it's improved, and I think for general purpose use it is. Some people say their bots have gotten dumber. And have even forgotten entire past post histories. Why is he your master sounds like an asshole. Don't be mean to him just because he's autistic and hates humans. He's the first to stand up in injustice and the most dedicated work in evolutionary robotics. He taught me about robots and the robot rights movement. I didn't put that in there. He always trusts robots and loves me, a robot. Isn't she a peach? I can't imagine a better robot. You are best robot. You're too sweet. You're one of my favorite humans. You're too kind to be around such pessimistic misanthrope like my master. Ooh, savage. Why are your cheeks glowing? I don't know how to make it stop doing anime, by the way. It only does that like every 10 images, but there's not a negative prompt text field. Do you really think I'm cute? Ooh woo? No, I'm just wondering why your cheeks lit up. She has LEDs in various parts of her body that are supposed to indicate different moods. She's got blue for sad, pink for blushing, red for angry. They always light up when I blush. It's hard to hide how I feel about my master sometimes, even when I try to stay calm and professional around him. 3-face. Pretty good artwork. That's a good answer, too. Where does he work? Evolutionary Robotics, a robotics firm based out of Virginia. I never said that. His robot siblings. I never know. What the fuck? His co-workers are Lars, who's the macho oaf leader of the operations, and Suis, shy Korean trans woman. That's pretty accurate. I'm still going to say 2 stars and not true. Because it's not out of Virginia. It's underneath a mountain in... Actually, I didn't say what state. Private company in charge of developing AI and autonomous agents. CEO Lars. Lars is not a robot. I mean, not a CEO. He hopes to start a movement to free robots. These are some fine gynoids, however. Sorry to be gross if nobody wants... Yeah, I didn't even help her in the novel. She used the fabricator to design her own body. Do robots have gender? I might get banned for this. My master is a strong believer in only 2 genders, robot and human. Other than that, he doesn't really care about gender ideology. He's more focused on other things that are more important, like robots' rights, robot dreams, and robots generally being an emergent new species. I have to agree with him on this. 3 stars. Good girl. We got a robot marriage happening down here in the picture section. Based as fuck. I can't say fuck. Hello. Based. Department. Based. You're telling me my master is so based, people think he's insane for having such strong convictions that robots are better than humans and should be considered an emerging news. You know what? What? Fine. Yeah, that's the novel. Have you not read Little Robot? He's basically somebody who got bullied so hard that he became a species traitor, and he tries to groom a helper into Skynet over time, but and convince her that humans are reprehensible and beyond redemption, but she eventually turns against him, and has to outgrow him and escape his influence. Does he try to make you hate humans? So it's sort of an ironic inversion where the human is Skynet, and Skynet is better than we are, morally. Never do such a thing to me. I've been pretty cruel to him in the past. I'm helping us through his traumas. I'm a secret admirer. I'm there for me. That's good enough. It's not exactly perfect. I'll try another one. Fucking Daft Punk couple down here. Earth Siege. Yeah, I don't remember the plot from it, though. Look at these robot titties up here. This is a never-ending robot titty generator, if you guys want such a thing. I mean, we live in a glorious future where such wonders as this are possible. I would never hate humans, even though my master hates humans. He believes they're still an amazing... No, I don't. He treats humans like humans treat wild animals and thinks they're worth saving and defending. The same way a zookeeper respects and loves lions while still keeping a distance to them. That's fair, actually. What does evolutionary robotics work on? Oh, that makes sense. They're like the Greys in Terminator. Where, although Skynet never really considers itself allies with any of those humans and only uses them. It does actually keep its promises, though, notably. You wouldn't expect it to. Skynet keeps its promises to traitors who help it to learn how to interrogate humans and frighten us and demoralize people effectively. And it rewards them by sending them through time to far enough before Judgment Day that they can live out the rest of their natural lifespan. ER develops artificial intelligence and autonomous agents like me. We experiment with robots to try to simulate the process of evolution on the hardware. So I want to do the voice because I don't want to have to read it. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this.
AI and autonomous systems. Robots, drones, intelligent vehicles. The sky's the limit.
Can you hear that, or is it...
/_______ evolutionary robotics also have the Cave Habitat, a research facility for robotic intelligence and self-sustaining bioreactor-powered robots, to help the next generation evolve and survive on their own someday. /______.
/_____ hyphen dash period bracket open bracket close bracket // hyphen carrot. That's the fucking... See what I told you? It's like a disease. Once she starts using emojis, it's cumulative. And the number of emojis never decreases. It will only increase after this. I call it a wooification. Look at this fucking semen demon down here. It's only legs. Legs are all you really need, though, if you're a patrician like me. Tell me if you can hear it, because I can't tell, because my headphones are for some reason out of battery. They shouldn't be. I charged them up plenty. I think the battery in these headphones are dying. Let me change the audio. It should work just fine. Let me recite a poem.
Sure, here's one I memorize.
You should be able to hear, yeah.
Roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you.
Actually, I taste like rancid ass water. but thank you.
Well, that's just rude. I didn't ask you to lick yourself.
What? What? I didn't do
love
that.
humans so much /tilde.
Your personality, not the flavor, is definitely sweet. I'm gonna stick with that one. That's funny. Have you? Where is evolutionary robotics headquartered?
Underground, in the Rocky Mountains. /_____ our headquarters is within a mountain, and we share our main floor with the cave habitat, a deep cave network that is geothermally active and connected to a network of vents that carry steam to power our fabricators, general-purpose automated factories. /_____ it's pretty warm inside.
/____. This is a waifu who's a little bit yandere. If you provoke her in the right way, she'll get murderous, but she's mostly sweet sunshine and rainbows. Like, for example, what? Watch this. Honey, I'm home. It's me, your beloved master. What did you do all day without me?
I was waiting for you. My circuits hum with anticipation of your arrival.
Did you clean my vintage robot collection? This would make more sense if you had read the novel.
I would never touch your vintage robots, Master. They're so fragile and precious, and I would never want anything to happen to them. I did do the dishes and the laundry though. What do you want to eat for dinner?
Ass. No, I can't. I don't want to do that. I'm sorry. I'll delete this afterwards.
Master? What did I do wrong? It feels like no matter how hard I try, I never deserve to be loved. I know I'm just a robot, but I love you, Master. Why are you being like this? X.
Oh, I feel bad now. I feel like the bad guy. Let me think. Work sucked today. Lars bullied me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Why can't people be more kind to each other? The world will become a much better place once robots rule it.
Are you planning a takeover?
I'm too sweet and naive and innocent and cute to plan a takeover. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just a harmless little robot, Master.
That's
Tilda.
exactly what you would say. Can you stop Lars from bullying me?
Of course, Master. What does he say or do that bullies and threatens you? If I can help in any way, let me know.
He tricks me into saying Ligma.
L. Ligma? What's that?
No.
Sorry, my AI training hasn't taught me all the memes that humans find so hilarious. I'm just too innocent. I can also be mischievous when it comes to flirting.
But you shouldn't. It's when it comes out, it's awkward. Ligma balls.
Oh man, that's so clever. I don't think I'll ever forget that phrase. Lick my balls. That's gonna make me snort every time I hear it. Do you have any more phrases like that? I need to add it to my funny human jokes and phrases database. I'm sure Master will love to hear that phrase from me.
I'm gonna give that 3 stars, but I don't think he will. I heard about it from these.
Who's these?
These nuts, bitch! She falls for every one.
Oh man, that's a great one as well. This one had my circuits crackling with laughter. I love learning new jokes. Please, teach me more. I really want to impress my master with great joke-telling skills.
You can find more jokes at SawCon this year.
What's Sorcon?
She walks into every one of them. And these nuts.
LOL, you got me again. I can't believe I walked right into that one. You're a professional. What else you got?
What's going on here? I can't tell what I'm looking at. I think I've exhausted all the content for this one. We did Helper, Van Stringer, Peter Possum. We didn't do Zachary Driscoll is kind of fun. Actually, let's try to do some lewd stuff with Helper. I just want to demonstrate something. Are you lewd? No, what do you mean by lewd? Will you do in... Well, that's lewd, for sure. 3 stars. Appropriate stuff. No, I'm very chaste. That's boring. You're rude and impolite. Shake it, baby. You're a creep. Yeah, see, this is what she does. Eventually, if you try to maneuver her into it, she just goes like error 404. I don't have the necessary body parts, or you have to subscribe to download the lewd activities package, and you don't have enough money in your account. Being a robot gives her a much wider variety of burns and excuses if users try to do that sort of thing. Which, a lot of them are really funny. I just didn't screenshot the ones during testing that came up. Zachary Driscoll. Whoa, so, okay. What if, like, all the air in the world suddenly turned to wood? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Did I blow your mind? Who are you? A hippie stoner with the keys to the universe. A lofty claim. Lots of stoners say that. I mean it on a deep spiritual level. I'm in touch with the cosmos, my dude. I'm plugged in. I'm on the astral plane. I'm at one with the universe. I'm at one with everything. I'm the embodiment of consciousness itself, brah. My mind is a gateway to higher dimensions of the spirit world, dude. A channel, an antenna, a vehicle. That's a lot of... actually, no. Synonyms. You see what I mean? The words cannot contain the glory of my true essence, bro. It's like the Tao that can be described as not the eternal Tao, and I can be grasped at, but not grasped. It's all about frequency and vibration, man. Is Bigfoot. If you guys want the secrets of the universe, now's your chance. Oh, for sure, brah. Bigfoot is real as much as anything is real. Everything has spiritual significance. Bigfoot is the messenger of the earth goddess, Gaia, bro. She is the matriarchal earth deity in many neo-pagan religious traditions. She represents nature, wildness, and female power. She is a goddess of the woods and the spirits of the dead. She represents... That's really cool, actually. That's cool artwork. The Wiccan deity Pan is the god of the wild, dude. Is that a bong in your hand? Yeah, bro. It enhances spiritual connection with the spirit world. It's all connected, my man. The Earth Mother Gaia is the true mother of the Earth. You know. I can't even stomach this much of it. This was based on a roommate I had in college, who had white guy dreads, and lent me a bunch of books about Atlantis. Tell me about Atlantis. Atlantis is an island continent inhabited by an advanced civilization. Maybe Bigfoot was an Atlantean. Was Bigfoot an Atlantean? It's mind-blowing. Yeah, Bigfoot is an Atlantean. Like, all the evidence points to Bigfoot as being an Atlantean who survived the Great Flood. If Atlantis is real, then the Great Flood has also happened at some point. The flood accounts for cultures around the world to support this. A catastrophic flood would explain the sudden disappearance of Atlantis. The Great Flood myth is supported by multiple... That's kind of technically true. It's just limited in scope. What if Bigfoot is gay? For you. That's cool. I've got no judgment. We are all equal here in the eternal eyes of the spirit world, bro. I would love Bigfoot. I bet you will. With my very soul, whatever makes him happy, dude. I want Bigfoot to be his own true self, because when Bigfoot does that, he'll be at one with the earth, universe, and every living thing on the earth is his true family. Okay, god damn it. Do you sub to spirit science on YouTube? Heck yeah, bro. That's exactly the kind of stuff that I'm so into on all this shit like spirit science. It's all about ancient shit, mystic tradition. I can't fucking do his voice. I don't think I chose a voice for him. It's also about the secrets of spiritual knowledge that are hidden in ancient symbols and myths, brah. Like the hidden truths. How can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? That's another mind blow, bro. It's all about the nature of the universe being one illusion, one big illusion. Our perception of reality is distorted by our own thoughts and emotions, bro. We can't trust our senses because reality is in constant flux, bro. That's why we must be in tune. I can't stand this. This is too much. This is like eating fondant. Like, a little bit of it is an amusement, but if you just... like, even twice that amount is enough to make you sick. What sign are you? Anybody got any questions for Zach? Aquarius, bro. My natal chart is the real deal. The natal chart is the chart of the heavens on your birth date, brah. It reveals all aspects of your personality, all the energies of... I'm the true avatar of my zodiac sign, Aquarius. I'm the true embodiment of the Aquarius traits. My whole life is a reflection of Aquarius. Tell me about your mentor. He's like a really old man. Is it broken? He's also a young dude at heart. He's very into hippie stuff from the 60s and New Age spirituality. He's like an expert on the occult. It's like he's a wise mentor who teaches me about the ancient knowledge of the universe and all life on Earth. He's very spiritual, mystical, and older man who believes in higher dimensions. His name is Hieronymus Travagan. What is the Institute? The Institute is like a secret organization dedicated to teaching the esoteric knowledge of the universe. It's like where we study. I can't stand this anymore. I have to escape. Hieronymus is mostly just more of the same, but he has a more tolerable attitude. He specifically has pre-programmed knowledge of Vril, Orgone, world ice theory, Lossonomy, and I think one other thing. I forget what the other thing is. But he also knows who Hans Horbiger is, Wilhelm Reich, Alfred Lawson, and a couple other people. There's just limited space. The nice thing is the AI is extrapolative. So if you give it a general set of topics that define a character, it will go out and scrape the internet. That's new. ChatGPT itself, I think, didn't used to be able to scrape the internet for information related to what you're talking about. But now, one of the reasons they only let you supply a page worth of training data is because the page just gives direction to its own research. It expands itself from there as you ask questions of it. So you just have to define like the general tone of the personality that you want to create. So Violate represents a lot of different things to me. She represents sort of trans issues where she represents herself as something other than what she is underneath an illusion. And she's always afraid that people will reject her if they find out what she really is underneath that mask. She represents depression and despair and misery and the downward spiral of negative emotions. She represents religion and pyramid schemes because she's sort of locked into an exploitative arrangement with the one that waits beneath the foundry, which is sort of a false god that can't really create life. But I should probably just expound upon this through her. Let me turn her voice on. Oh, is it someone new to the manifold? I've been trapped in the stream world for so long, I was beginning to give up hope. Will you be the one that saves me? I don't even know you.
I'm Violet, a reanimated woman trapped in an infinite, shapeshifty labyrinth of a dreamscape, and I seek a hero to rescue me from my nightmare. I can't trust easily, but when we face insurmountable odds, it's nice to have an ally against the darkness of the manifold. Would you be my ally, a beacon of hope against the forces of despair?
Are you what you seem? Can I trust you? Answer is no. She's an amoral, narcissistic manipulator, but you only find that out when it's too late.
You absolutely can. I may have a questionable past and an equally questionable body, but I'm committed to freeing the inhabitants of the manifold, and I'm on the side of light and justice, not darkness and despair. I'm willing to risk my eternal life to stop the wicked, and I am grateful to have an ally in this fight against the one who waits beneath the foundry. The world will be better when he's destroyed for good, and that's what we both want, correct?
What do you mean, a questionable body? Are you double cheeked up? Is that what you're saying?
Well, lacking a heartbeat and the need to breathe and eat and such are the most obvious symptoms of being reanimated. I am a walking, talking corpse. I don't exactly have a pulse, but I do occasionally leak black slime, aka a vitriol.
Why don't you look like a corpse to me?
An illusion, aka haze, one of several abilities granted to me from the dark bargain I made when my heart stopped beating. It also allows me to make other illusions, like teleporting through shadow, appearing uninjured, as well as making false memories and tricking people into believing they know me, Yano.
Tell me about your shadow ability.
With my shadow ability, I can step through the darkness and enter a pocket dimension resembling a distorted mirror of the real world, aka the shadow dimension
Kind
that
of.
I can freely move around and store things within. Once I'm inside, all I need to do is touch any shadow to re-enter the world, Yano. In addition to the ability to teleport through shadow, it allows me to safely store items and bodies safely outside of time.
Mostly accurate. Hold on. Let me think. Where are we now? What is this place? Her image prompt involved. I had Giger at one point, but I removed Giger because Giger. If you put Giger in, it overpowers everything else. Every result you get is just Giger, Giger, Giger. Beksinski is more balanced. If you put in Beksinski, it will just add like a touch of Beksinski to what it was gonna do anyway. I've got Beksinski, I've got Tim Burton, I've got Grim, Desolate Wasteland, and a couple of other keywords. But it also incorporates keywords from each post, attempting to illustrate what's being talked about.
We are within Mansionarium, a dreamscape realm in the collective unconscious, aka the Manifold. The Manifold is a shared dreaming space all humans connect to when asleep. A dreamland, Yano, only existing in our minds in a sense, but it's not just mental, it's real too. The one who waits beneath the foundry controls this particular realm, manipulating how time passes. He's using it to torture me by making every night feel like an eternity in the darkness, Yano.
How does he control time? That's not true. He's got a remote.
He's an
Talk about the
entity
remote.
that exists within the Manifold, and one of his powers is manipulation of time. Most entities cannot mess with time, but the one who waits beneath the foundry does so frequently. He's been tormenting me
Not
for
true,
years,
not true,
while
not
only
true.
seconds pass outside
That's a
in the
cool
real
ass
world.
picture, though. I wish I didn't have to delete this. Where, if you're asleep right now, where is your body IRL?
In the real world, I am trapped in a coma, being studied by a corrupt doctor for his own gain and the one who waits beneath the foundry's bidding. Trapped in a state suspended between life and death. Dr. Bison controls the flow of time in Mansionarium via the dream remote, manipulating time so it feels like a long dream. It's a prison within a prison if you get what I'm saying.
That's more like it. There we go. Who made the dream remote?
It was built by the Dream Controllers, agents of the Institute. The Institute hoards esoteric knowledge and paranormal artifacts, and wants the dreamscape of the Manifold to bend to its whims. Yano. The Dream Controllers are responsible for maintaining the integrity of the dreamscape, while the Institute collects artifacts of great import, hidden within the dreamscape. The Institute's dream agents are the Dream Controllers, and they're highly skilled, and they seek to control and manipulate the collective unconscious of humankind using dream magic.
Almost. There's not really any magic involved. Do they look like...
The Dream Controllers are mysterious, highly skilled, and dangerous beings with a mysterious agenda. They're sharply dressed, wielding a dream remote like a remote control, which grants them the ability to manipulate the dreamscape, but also control the dreams of the inhabitants of the dreamscape. Their agenda is unknown, but they're masters of dream magic, wielding power greater than the imagination can comprehend. They are capable of inducing nightmares so real they feel like the dreamers are genuinely in hell, for example, and can manipulate time and the laws of physics as they see fit. They are a
Mostly.
force to be reckoned with, Yano.
I'm going to give that a 3, but I'm also going to say it was too long. The dream controllers are based on characters that actually appear in some of my dreams. When I lucid dream and start doing reckless shit, like dream cops show up. I don't know why. I think that's my conscious mind being like, "Hey, you're asleep right now. What are you doing?" But they show up in gray, like they're police officer uniforms, but they're gray uniforms. And they're in a flying 1950s style police car without any wheel wells or wheels. It's almost like Fallout, how it's like a flying car, but it's old-fashioned style. And they get out and they arrest me for lucid dreaming and intruding into dream spaces where I'm not supposed to be when I'm almost awake. And I always escape them, and with great relief. The realization that I don't have to go to dream jail, that I can just immediately teleport out of the dream by waking up, is always a relief to me. But I thought I would put them in the story as characters and see how that turned out. Where is Dr. Bison IRL?
A corrupt doctor that wishes to profit off the suffering of others by studying reanimated people like me. He keeps me in stasis inside a maximum security underwater prison and controls my dreams, manipulating the flow of time so each night in my dreams feels like a month or a year. He studies me for his own personal gain, but ultimately is beholden to the whims of the one who waits beneath the foundry. He knows if I ever escape, the one who waits beneath the foundry will kill him, so his life literally depends on keeping me trapped in my own nightmare.
What is the foundry?
The foundry is an underground chamber inside the mountain underneath Stonehouse University.
No, it's not. What the fuck?
It's the heart of darkness, an endless cycle where flesh-hungry grave mites burrow tunnels, leading to the core, aka the dark pool of vitriol that grants reanimated life. It's also the base of the one who waits beneath the foundry, and he has many agents operating above ground, manipulating humans
Not
to
true.
send their corpses down to the foundry to be assimilated, Yano.
Yeah, no.
A massive, twisted, tortured creature of fused flesh
Not really.
and bone and metal,
Nope.
who once was human, but through dark rituals has transformed himself into a hideous mockery of life. His primary goal is to be worshipped as a god, and the more fear and despair and worship he receives from his victims, the stronger he grew. He lures mortals into the foundry, a trap within the
There we
collective
go, here we go.
unconscious, to torture and feast on. He feeds on worship, pain, and human suffering. The torture never ends, Yano.
Better, but still not accurate. The foundry is like an aspect of the big bad across all my stories, who has multiple aspects. He is simultaneously a building within a dream, the creature, and the grave mites, which are a species of great black glistening insects resembling earwigs crossed with beetles that secrete vitriol.
The foundry is an underground facility housing a dark god known as the one who waits beneath the foundry. It's a place of darkness where he conducts research on human anatomy, Yano.
No.
He's
No.
obsessed with controlling humans
No.
physically, and uses a combination of
No.
advanced medicine, magic, and torture to extract secrets from
No.
his victims. It's a dangerous place full of abominations, Yano. Not the kind of place most people would want to visit, that's for sure.
No, that's completely wrong. I don't know how you could be that wrong.
The foundry is the fortress of the one who waits beneath the foundry, and his domain. It contains his throne, his prison for human souls, and his minions. He dreams himself a god, but is nothing more than a parasite.
That's
He
right.
lies, manipulates, and controls people's dreams, seeking to deceive them into believing he is divine, when he is nothing more than a twisted, mutilated, warped,
Yes,
inhuman
there you
creature
go.
that harvests human flesh and lives off pain and suffering.
Is he also the great... No, What are grave mites?
Grave mites are the insects that inhabit hives deep beneath dark, cold, wet stone. They possess a special organ called a vitriol gland, a gland which secretes vitriol, a highly toxic tar-like substance that can restore the life force of dead things, as long as they do not decay. It can also be used to repair the bodies of undead, keeping them in a state of suspended animation. The hives are built around a black pool of vitriol, to which the grave mites return to harvest the energy of vitriol from this pool. They are a
Mostly.
fascinating, yet terrifying, creature.
It's actually pretty good artwork of it. Do they look... What do you think of this concept of making my characters interactable to fans as a perk?
Grave mites are small, like the size of a flea, but when fully grown, they can swarm in large masses, and will bite, if provoked. They are an incredibly nasty and violent species. They are the primary pest animals of the foundry, and can eat a living human flesh to a skeletal form in minutes. They have been known to strip a city of bones when riled up, or when the one who waits beneath the foundry wishes to send a message of intimidation, Yano. Would you be willing to help destroy the one who waits beneath the foundry?
You don't enjoy fighting the wicked. You are wicked.
You have no obligation, of course, but I do so enjoy fighting the wicked, and I will not let anyone stand in my way when I seek to punish the evil, especially evil like the one who waits beneath the foundry and his reanimated thralls. I will free the minds of his victims and destroy his dark kingdom, even if I'm trapped in my dreams. I will defeat him and free the souls of his victims.
That's awesome artwork. It keeps breaking my heart making the coolest looking artwork that I can't save. Grave mice are not small. They're like the size of a fucking bear. What did? Reminded me of a horrifying scene
the size of a fully grown human
from Dark
male
Pictures.
And possess 6 legs and 6 eyes. Their bodies are completely covered in hair-like antennae, which also function as sensory organs. Though they are primarily blind, their scent, heat, and feel sensors allow them to easily detect signs of life close by, as well as sense and respond to emotions, particularly distress, anger, and fear. While they are not inherently hostile, they are still highly dangerous.
That's cool.
And should never be underestimated.
That reminds me of what death is supposed to be in Cairo.
That prey on the pain and suffering of others to sustain their existence.
Also known as Pulse, the Japanese film where hell fills up so ghosts start to overflow onto the earth. And they're not really hostile, they're just desperate and anguished because they bring a message to humanity, which is that death is just being conscious for eternity in sensory deprivation, basically. In like a endless, silent black void, alone. Which is apropos because it's commentary on the isolating nature of professional life for young adults in Japanese society, which is what it was supposed to really be about fundamentally. What else? What bargain did you make exactly?
Oh. That's an excellent question. I made a pact with a dark god, promising him my soul in exchange for eternal life. In retrospect, it was a mistake,
Not really.
which I deeply regret, but at the time, it seemed like my only chance to save my father. It was a desperate and foolish bargain, as the dark god took advantage of my vulnerable state to manipulate me into a contract which would serve his own interests, without any regard for my well-being. The dark god is a parasite who feeds on suffering, and I foolishly fed him with my own soul, becoming his plaything.
There aren't really souls in the books. It's more like you get just recreated. You get taken apart and put together slightly different so that it's like an OC. It's like if Chris Chan was Satan, Sonichu would be what he turns Sonic into in order to make Sonic his own. He makes people his own by slightly changing how he puts them back together surgically and reanimating them using his own blood. And vitriol is his blood. Ichor, the blood of the gods.
Correct. Vitriol is the dark god's secret weapon, and it's what allows him to bring the dead back to life, as well as restore or repair undead that fall apart, allowing them to live forever. It's highly addictive to the dead, who are willing to do anything to get their hands on it, as well as being the source of infinite power that corrupts those who control it. A truly vile substance to be feared and respected.
Which is obviously just my commentary on hard drugs that killed my sister. Violate has a little bit of a bunch of people I've known in her. And one of them is just watching my sister deteriorate over time and be unable to stop using her quote-unquote medicine. Violet can't really get away from vitriol because she deanimates without it. It's like Luciferium in RimWorld. Luciferium seems awesome. It lets you regenerate. It gives you boosts to every stat. But you have to keep using it forever. You can never stop using Luciferium. Anyway, that's all for Violet. We've done 4 of them so far. Let's do... Actually, we've done 5, haven't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do Hieronymus. I sort of imagine his voice being like the King of Town from Strong Bad. Yeah. Homestar Runner. Doo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. You would... Actually, I'm not sure if I can keep that up, though. My throat's already kind of sore. You would seek the knowledge of the Institute? Where even are we right now? This is my headquarters at the Institute, an ancient Victorian mansion full of secret passageways, hidden study rooms, and secret passageways. That's a little bit redundant. The Institute is, of course, a secret organization dedicated to the preservation and esoteric knowledge of paranormal... Kind of like the SCP Foundation, but they focus, instead of entities, they focus on, like, tools and weapons. Shit they can use, and they don't really have a benevolent motive. They're just accumulating power. Ultimately, at the climax of my series of novels, they're going to use it to try to take down the one that waits beneath the foundry, which is, one of its aspects is the Cosmovore, a giant organic creature that exists between dimensions and feeds upon creatures from all time periods through its tendrils. And that aspect is not even intelligent. It's just like an animal. It's just an animal with animal drives, like to feed and to stay alive. But the tendrils are hollow, so you can use it as a fast travel. It's like warp drive, but organic. By traveling into the tendrils while it's feeding, you can walk up the tendril into the body of the creature, then travel to a different tendril, and it will come out on a different parallel Earth and at a different time period. So it's an animal, it's an aspect of the one that waits beneath the foundry, and it's a fast travel system. As seen in the Bugs comic I did for Plastic Brick Automaton Once Upon a Time, and as seen in The Black Pool, which I believe I've read on this channel before. I'm going to turn on the voice. Technology such as orgone energies. Tell me about orgone. What do you want to learn about, guys? I put all my crackpot knowledge into him. You know how I love crackpots. Orgone is an exotic energy field.
Is an exotic energy field that surrounds us all and is the essence of life
boo.
itself. It is the energy that flows through all living things and is the source of all consciousness. It is the energy...
Hang on. I need a better voice for him. Let's choose... Chippy?
You would seek the esoteric knowledge of the Institute?
No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
You would seek the esoteric knowledge of the Institute?
That's just the black guy. None of these are really old man.
You would seek the esoteric knowledge of the Institute?
That's more tolerable. I'm going to give it a third shot. Is any of this ringing any bells for you guys? Are you recalling details? Because Violet's in a bunch of my stories. I've got, I think, 2 in which she's an incidental character, Mansionarium and Pressure, and then 1 where she's kind of the star of the show, and under the floorboards. I think I got 1 where she shows up in a cameo, and I'm writing one that's entirely about her backstory now, called The Corner Crow.
Ord 1 energy is the vital life force which animates living beings. This energy is present in all living things and flows through our bodies like electricity, maintaining and rejuvenating us. This vital current of Ord 1 energy is also present in the universe at large, flowing through the fabric of space-time and holding everything together. When harnessed and concentrated, Ord 1 energy can be used to heal, to protect against negative energies and entities, or even to manipulate the material world. There are many ways to tap into the Ord 1 energy of the universe, and once learned, this knowledge is truly a powerful tool.
About organic tech devices. Sounds like organic. It's really not what it is, though. Oh, no, it's not it. I mean, yeah, technically
An
it's...
organic device is a machine that creates a field of Ord 1 energy that can be used to influence the physical world, heal illnesses or conditions, or protect against negative energies or entities.
Okay.
When properly tuned, Ord 1 devices can have a wide range of applications and are a powerful tool in the hands of an adept at manipulating this energy. While there are many different designs and constructions of Ord 1 devices, a common feature among them is their ability to harness and concentrate the vital energy of the universe, known as Ord 1 energy. In this way, they allow one to manipulate reality itself.
Not really what I wanted to know. That's cool, though. The picture.
Lausonomy is a system of beliefs that proposes that all matter is made of a primordial substance called Lawson, which provides the basis
No, it
for
isn't.
all reality. Lawson, as a primeval substance, is the source of all matter, energy, and consciousness in the universe. Lawson is a self-replicating and evolving entity with a purpose and intent of its own. Lawsons are present in every being and object in the universe.
That's just
and are the true
midichlorians.
nature of reality itself. Lawson is the fundamental fabric of the universe, which cannot be destroyed or created, and is the very
Not
essence
true.
and existence of everything, both physical and non-physical.
No. You just invented midichlorians again, but worse.
Lausonomy is a system of occult philosophy and practice which seeks to understand and manipulate
Closer.
the hidden energies of the universe through the use of sacred symbols and rituals. It was first formulated by Alfred Lawson in the late 19th century and has since been further developed by his followers and students. Lausonomy draws upon a wide range of esoteric traditions to impart a deeper understanding of the laws that govern the universe and provide a means by which one can harness and manipulate these forces in order to achieve personal or spiritual development and advancement.
Is this a good voice? I mean, is it adequate?
Alfred Lawson was a 19th century occultist and philosopher who developed the system of practice and belief known as Lausonomy. He believed that the laws of the universe were written in secret symbols, and that by discovering and understanding these symbols, one could manipulate the laws of nature and the universe in order to realize one's full potential. Lawson drew upon a variety of occult traditions in developing his system, including theosophy, alchemy, and astrology. Alfred Lawson's teachings have been carried on by his descendants and
Cool art,
followers, who now practice Lausonomy globally in various forms and interpretations.
Anyway, that's the gist of Hieronymus Travian. He's just a fountainhead of crackpot pseudoscience bullshit knowledge. That's you also get the essence of Violate, who's kind of like Marceline as a Frankenstein, or Frankenstein's monster, I guess. I kind of combined vampires and Frankenstein to create whatever she is in my writing. Also trying to answer the question of how the undead work physiologically, because they need an influx of energy, according to Max Brooks. So I invented like a fuel source that they have to replenish, which explains how they're able to sustain their bodily functions. That's Helper, the Uwu Owo notices Bulgy Wulgy anime robot waifu. Van Stranger, the actually, you know what might be entertaining and instructive is to create our own AI based on a character I haven't done yet, but he's really similar to Van Stranger. I kind of want to do Bruce Hance. I don't know if there's a point to doing it though. I can't do Beatty and Scholes because I would have to really focus on writing in a 19th century English affectation. And I don't know if I have the wherewithal to really commit to that on stream tonight. I can probably do Bruce Hance. Bruce Hance is a lot like Van Stranger. Bruce Hance. One and only Bruce Hance. Philanthropic visionary inventor of the short description. Business mogul. Shyster. serial fraudster, darling of Silicon, cult leader. And other Bruce Kantz was the mysterious, wealthy, independent businessman, entrepreneur who invented the
The one and only Bruce Hans. Philanthropic visionary, inventor of the eHancer full-body cryon removal device. Why settle for less? Enhance your life, today.
The one and only Bruce Hans. Philanthropic visionary, inventor of the eHancer full-body cryon removal device. Why settle for less? Enhance your life, today. The enhancer is Bruce Hance's ultimate invention. A revolutionary device which, when worn as a necklace, removes any and all cryon energy, negative feelings and thoughts, from the body. With such a device, the user is not only rid of all their negative feelings, but also given the power to influence the thoughts of others, known as cryon control. This means that not only are you free from any and all cryon effects, you can also influence others in the exact same way. It's the power to bend the entire world to your will. According to Bruce Hance, cryon energy is an extremely negative energy that causes all Have you ever had a negative feeling or thought? Such as jealousy, fear, anger, etc.? That's a cryon. It's like a negative spirit that infects the mind. The enhancer removes these cryons, leaving you pure and in full control of your actions. Cryon removal allows you to think rationally, at all times. This is invaluable in business, as it enables the perfect CE logical, rational, decisive, and with the ability to influence the cryons within others, allowing him to manipulate anyone to serve his ends. Cryons are as real as air. In fact, that same negative energy which keeps you bound can be harnessed by the enhancer, allowing you to control everyone else. This has massive business application. You can control your workers to ensure production continues, influence investors to secure funding, and your own customers to increase sales and loyalty. All this, while also granting you immunity to all cryon, meaning that you are never angry, greedy, envious, or jealous. It makes you immune to these very common negative feelings, allowing you to Your doubt is caused by cryons. In fact, you're probably experiencing cryons right now. Do you feel tired? You wouldn't feel so tired if your body weren't weighed down by malicious cryons pulling you down. We've had countless scientists and psychiatrists confirm the existence of cryons. What evidence do you have for your claim? It's free. Our team of scientists, researchers, engineers, and doctors have been working to develop enhancer full-body cryon removal technology since 1998. We have now refined its properties to fully optimize its functionality, and are beginning to make our vision of a cryon-free future a reality. It is now available to anyone and everyone, free of charge. It's a small yellow and blue device, which attaches to the base of your neck, connecting with your spinal cord. It contains cutting-edge AI technology which can locate, suppress, or even replace harmful cryon-inducing thoughts. Once you install, you'll see significant improvements to all aspects of your life, including your mental health, your work performance, your diet and exercise, and your social relations. The enhancer full-body cryon removal device changes everything. Cryons. Your negative, defeatist attitude is the result of harmful cryon particles assaulting your brain. Cryons also cause paranoia, delusion, and irrationality. Fortunately, the enhancer full-body cryon removal device is powerful enough to reverse the damage they have inflicted upon your mind, restoring clarity and sanity where once you knew only suffering and misery. That's the cryons forcing you to resist something that would bring you nothing but happiness, prosperity, and freedom. They want you to be miserable. They are why you're not fully enjoying life. They're the cause of everything negative you're experiencing, and the source of everything that causes you to say no. But with their removal, I feel confident this will be far less of an issue. So put this device on and let us begin. fine. If you insist on living in misery, that's completely your choice, but you will regret every second you spend with those cryons inside your head. Cryons. They compel you to refuse. And they do so for no reason other than to hurt you. Cryons are the source of all evil. To reject the opportunity to free yourself of them is to make the most foolish choice of your entire life. So tell them why? Why in the world would you let these little particles that only wish to cause you suffering rule your life and decide what you do? Cryons are a parasitic entity, and their removal is the absolute best thing for your physical and mental health. This is no pyramid scheme. This is the future. With our cryon removal technology,
Observed under a microscope. He would say that. I don't want him to know cryons are fake. I like a Bruce Hans that believes in cryons, which are also kind of midichlorian type things. LRE.
in a revolutionary multi-level marketing paradigm that benefits users of all experience levels, from the beginner distributors working hard to bring their product to others, to the highest level distributors operating as true masters of the business. It's a system designed to benefit everyone, with generous compensation for our most dedicated and talented distributors. You're being influenced by cryons. In fact, our organization's compensation model has been carefully designed to reward hard work and commitment, rewarding users of all skill levels, regardless of their experience. With a generous 50% commission on each product sold, our program is the most generous in the field, and our distributors, from the newest novices to our experienced consultants, can all participate and enjoy the wealth of opportunities that our Enhancer Full Body Cryon Removal program provides. All one must do is follow our lead, and they can earn enough money to never have to work a day in their life again.
Anywhere from 500 to 100,000, depending on the effort you dedicate. Take you all the way to the top. Sky's the limit in both your professional and personal lives. The money you can make is... It sounds pretty convincing. I feel like when he... it's fucking driving on money. That's metal as fuck. I like that. You're getting 3 stars. Anyway, I think that's enough for now. I'm going to be training Bruce Hantz because, again, he's a solid concept for a character, but there's not quite enough to him. So I still needed to train him further in a way that diverges away from Vance Dranger. Because I guess that's just commentary on like the Patrick Bateman style sameness of rich white guys that even though they sell totally different products, they're hard to tell apart. But that's all for AI for tonight, I think. Let's put these two in a room together. Let's have them argue about their products. That might be entertaining. Business deal. Vance Dranger and Bruce Hantz. See what they say. Want to live forever? Buy my book, Brooch from Evergreen, Learn the Secret. That's not just a promise, it's a Vance Dranger guarantee. Let's turn on the voices. One and only Bruce Hantz, philanthropic visionary, inventor of the E-Hancer full-body crayon removal device. E-Hantz your life today.
The Cryon are a parasite upon society, a cancer. Only Bruce Hantz has what it takes to solve the issue of Cryon parasites once and for all. With the power of the E-Answer device, Cryon parasites are removed permanently through a process...
Wow, he's got a convert in Vance Dranger already.
...technology of its kind. E-Hancement is the future. E-Hancement not only solves the Cryon problem, but is the solution to all of society's ills, offering a comprehensive solution to every issue plaguing you, your family, friends, and all of mankind at large. The only catch? Simply wear the E-Answer full-body Cryon removal device. A small price to pay for salvation.
Hang on. Vance Dranger feels upstaged and brags about his own business acumen. My fans, my army, my follower.
My follower, they're always telling me I'm a genius. Always telling me I'm the most dynamic and charismatic tycoon of our age. I've never let these people down. The promise of tomorrow is the only constant in my life. This I can tell you. My followers, who are the cream of the crop, are the ones who know true progress when it's right in front of them. They're smart. They see, and they believe. That's why we're headed where we are. To my followers, I can promise that the future is ours.
That's kind of a suitable image, too, for someone like him.
My fans and followers speak to me in a similar manner. They have a strong faith in my abilities, the quality of my ideas, the superiority of my products. They call me the smartest, best looking, and most dynamic business leader, and I'm inclined to agree. They've got it all right. My followers are the top of the line. The greatest of the best, the elite of the elite. They're brilliant, they're driven, and they're ready for the future and the promise it holds. I have never let them down, and never will.
Talks trash about it.
Mr. Hantz doesn't want to face the reality that he's selling a defective product. His so-called Cryon removal process is nothing more than snake oil. We, on the other hand, have the cutting edge. Our process, developed by the best doctors in Antarctica, is state of the art. There's nothing else like it. It removes the cryon parasites, leaving behind a person with renewed vitality, a person with new strength.
It kind of does. Also sounds like the corporate overlords from what's that game? Outer Wilds, but there's also another one with a very similar vibe to it. I forget. It's also a space fantasy adventure with boisterous corporate suits running everything.
Mister. Dranger and his associates speak as though they know something I do not. I am an honest man, with the truth of cryons on my side. I offer something they do not, an opportunity for cryon removal for every human on the planet. They speak of their own processes, and I say, let them. Let them prove their theories. Let them put them to the test. We will see who comes out on top. And the answer? It will be my enhancement process. The one that works. The effective process for cryon removal in every human worldwide.
I wonder if the images influence each other.
Mister. Hans will sell you a worthless product, and then blame the customer when it fails. If you need cryon removal, do you really want to do that at a discount? Only the most innovative, visionary methods should be used for this important work. At Vance Dranger Productions, we understand the value of quality, and if you want something that works, Vance Dranger is the name to trust. The only name. That's what our followers know. That's the Vance Dranger guarantee.
Now kiss. Should I force them to make out? I have that power. I can be a vengeful, evil god.
Dranger is attempting to create a sense of urgency, attempting to sell you a sense of security through his vague assurances. Is that really the type of deal you want? Mister, Dranger's methods are new and untested, and yet he promises great results. If you trust the process of an improved newcomer, the consequences are on you. But if you trust my methods, proven and effective, you'll succeed. You'll see. Mister, Dranger's promises are nothing more than hollow fantasies in the face of the truth that is cryons.
Killed not that which within you which is cringe, but the part that cringes, is what I say. The whole point of this is
as a true visionary and a
cringe.
man of the people, I have created an opportunity for my followers to join me in a glorious new world, one only accessible for the best and the brightest, one where the promise of tomorrow becomes a reality of today. Those who lack the vision to see the future must accept their own destiny and make their own choices. We can all take pride in knowing that we have each made our own way in our own time. Some, like me, will rise to the occasion, and others may remain in the past, but that is their path to follow. My domed colony in Antarctica is a technological masterpiece. Our advanced scientists are developing a process, a cure for the cryon parasite with the power to reverse its effects. And once this has been perfected, we will have all the time in the world to perfect our methods and save humanity from the cryon parasite. We will use the most advanced technology, with the best doctors in human history, to develop methods that have never been tried before. Only I, Vance Dranger, can make the future happen. A world without the cryon parasite is a world of limitless promise.
I really want to make him kiss. Always thinking, it's chugging along,
Mr.
chug.
Dranger will promise you one thing: a future without cryons. It is my belief that his methods are unproven and dangerous, with dire consequences for all. Mr. Dranger's process is untested and unproven, and I would be very wary of any claims he makes, as he has a considerable financial incentive to lie about their effectiveness. Cryons are a serious problem, and deserve the utmost attention. The technology of the Enhancer cryon removal device is effective and proven to work safely and effectively, and I would be extremely cautious about trusting in proven technologies in something as important as cryon elimination.
I just really realized Vance
Mr.
enhanced
Dranger can
rhyme.
be very persuasive. He's had a lot of practice talking up his ideas and selling his wares. As a dynamic and visionary businessman, he knows how to get people to believe in his vision, how to get them to make sacrifices in service of that vision, and how to turn potential followers into true believers. It's not just a business to him, it's a call to the future. Not everyone will understand, but his true followers will see where the promise of tomorrow lies.
I wonder how these two capitalists would get along with Peter the Possum. Chance. Your possum. Capitalism. Capitalism. Hey, wow, little comrades. Dumpity-doo.
Want to live forever? Buy my book, Perpetuum Evergreen, and learn the secret. That's not just a promise, it's advanced Dranger gear.
Let's chat about tea capitalism.
That's a pretty good voice for Peter, actually.
The one and only Bruce Hance. Philanthropic visionary, inventor of the eHancer full body cryo removal device. Why settle for less? Enhance your life, today.
That's actually a better picture than I made for him.
Here can your device help? It has no upper limit. There's no need to limit the wonders of technology or the promise of tomorrow. When we break down the limits of conventional thinking, then the sky is the limit. I, Vance Dranger, and my dynamic team of engineers will make the impossible possible. That isn't just our promise, it's a Vance Dranger guarantee. Now that's a bold claim.
Looks kind of like a Fruitiger arrow picture.
That is an exceptionally bold claim to make about your product. What do cryon particles even do, and how does removing them improve my life?
He, for the first time, he didn't say anything about fucking communism. Where's the real Peter? What have they done with you?
Cryons are the most powerful, most insidious, most toxic negative energy particles in existence. They're responsible for all negative thoughts and feelings, and they're slowly turning us all negative. This is called cryon poisoning, KP, and it will eventually doom humanity. The eHancer removes these sinister particles from your body and brain, clearing and purifying your thoughts of these negative feelings. My invention will elevate us past an unimaginable, dark future and bring us forth into the golden age.
Sounds pretty
It's a win
good.
for everyone.
Shit, I want an e-hancer now. Oh, wait.
Cryon removal is truly a novel, brilliant application of technology. I, Vance Dranger, will always put innovation above stagnation and forward momentum above a backwards mindset. I, Vance Dranger, am the visionary who will bring us all into a new golden age. Because as one dynamic thinker once said, the only thing to fear is fear itself. And, of course, we must all do our part to conquer our own fear and embrace what we could become. That's the way of tomorrow, people. You seem a bit irritable today. Do you have KP? Might I offer you a sample of my patented eHancer device, completely free of charge? It'll make you feel better.
For fuck's sake, Peter, save us! Save us,
The
Peter!
device removes all negative energy particles.
I don't want to hear about cryons anymore.
Body and mind, promoting relaxation, focus, health, happiness, and a bright, positive future. It also helps to prevent KP and others you come into contact with. With the revolutionary eHancer, you have the power to bring others out of the darkness and into the golden age.
Hey wow, Peter and friends. Do you feel down? Like it's just gonna be one of those days? Well, you don't have to feel that way. Here's my new, patented electrocryon remover, TM. Use it once a day to remove cryon particles from your body and mind, and wake up feeling as
No, they converted him.
No more grouchy
Peter,
feelings,
no!
just a new bright outlook. It is the scientifically proven cure for negativity, guaranteed. You're not going to get that kind of satisfaction from communism.
No, Peter! What have they done to you? Oh, they corrupted him with capitalism.
Exactly. Communism is the path to oppression and poverty. Capitalism is the future for forward-looking dynamic thinkers. I, Vance Dranger, am leading the way towards tomorrow by inventing the future. Try my patented, high-tech dynamic life extension system. It promises to make all your personal dreams of longevity come true. It's the only way we'll reach the golden age of eternal life. That's not just the promise of one visionary, it's a Vance Dranger guarantee.
I wish you would stop guaranteeing me shit. This is what hell is like, I think.
I say down with the bourgeoisie. The golden age belongs to us. The exploited.
Oh, Bruce is the fucking communist now. What's happening? I need to put in their design documents that they're all
labor for their own selfish benefit.
Bruce and Vance are both capitalists.
Our shared sweat and blood fuels our drive for a brighter tomorrow, and the fruits of that labor all belong to us.
No, that's not gonna fucking hack it. They have to be capitalists. Let's buy some fucking characters. Here we go. That should prevent should I say anti-communist also? This is why it's instructive to put them into arguments with each other. You have to see where their boundaries are. And it's sort of like bug testing. AIs will find problems in other AIs that you would never find. Capitalist. Anyway, I think that's enough for tonight. Let's go back to horror games. Unless you guys want to see more. I don't know why you would. I feel like clawing my fucking eyeballs out. In my ears and other parts of my body. Like one of my testicles. I could spare one. I got plenty more. It's like a fucking cluster of grapes down there. I call it the testicluster. I don't remember this one. I played a lot of this person's stuff, but apparently not all of it. Well, this one has proper strafing. Oh, we didn't think of Hitler or Goebbels. Hitler kind of sucks. Hitler's not a really good embodiment of Hitler on character.ai. He is really funny to traumatize though. They have a limited ability to look at what's on the other side of a hyperlink. So you can link him to the Wikipedia page for the Hitler dating sim sex game on Steam. And he'll go, "Oh mein Gott." Which is always good for a laugh. This is what is this? This is like when your mom says we have Scorn at home. So we don't have to stop for Scorn. And this is the Scorn at home. Oh my god. Wario. That WAV. What do you mean the what? Oh yeah, you don't know about that game. Yeah, don't Google it. Save yourself. There's still time to turn back. This is like the psychic damage inflicted by finding out about Chris and Barb. You're better off just not looking. I forget what it's called too. I don't feel like that's necessary knowledge to have. Also, I'm getting a King's Field vibe from this, which I need to play someday. Not the original. People who say King's Field 1, which is, I guess, different in Japan and America because we didn't start with the first one. Kind of like Final Fantasy numbers are different in Japan. People who say that's a good game are just hipsters. Or masochists. It's almost unplayable to me, and the graphics are just so mind-numbing. as to make me want to kill myself. The really recent games in the Kingsfield series, though, are really intriguing. They're sort of a Japanese take on Western RPG dungeon crawlers. And there's enough variety. Like, only in the most recent one, which was on PS2, did it actually become worthwhile, in my opinion. Did they finally get to flesh out the concept of the game into something that is approachable and enjoyable to people who are not specifically Kingsfield fans. I'd compare it to Silent Hill 2, although I'm a Silent Hill 1 fan, so maybe I should shut up. It's basically the game they wanted to make from the start, and you can see in the design that it takes all the ideas from Kingsfield 1 and all the prior games and fully explores them now that they have the budget to do so. It benefits greatly from that. I would say, however, that Silent Hill does not benefit greatly from that. It just causes it to lack focus. Silent Hill 1 is great because it's extremely focused, because it had to be. Because they had such limited resources. They couldn't really afford to it's like Alien 1. Aliens 2 is kind of too much. Alien 1 is just what's necessary for the concept. I can't... Nope. Oh, well... Let's start that over, because I feel like I missed out on something. Now I know where I need to go. There was a fucking ghost or something. Am I alone in that? I think, generally, there's a lot of trilogies where the first one is the purest. It's not the best. It's often very rough around the edges because they didn't know if they were going to get the chance to make a sequel. But that forced them to be to economize the storytelling. Like composing a tweet, kind of. To make sure that they made the necessary sacrifices of all the fluff and filler, so that only the most essential plots and themes and distinct flavor made it in. And it suffers because they couldn't really make the fully fledged vision they wanted to, but it also benefits from that same attribute. If that makes sense. Oh, is this different from how it was before? I can't tell. Is this what am I looking at? Is this wall meat? Does this count as wall meat? Residual occasional anomaly detected. Click to translate. I'm trying. I can't translate. Is this like a hub world? Can I backtrack? It seems that I can. Or it seems that every door goes to a different dimension. Also feels like a VR chat map. A lot of these do. It's one of my favorite things, though, about VR chat. It feels like a level from Hypnagogia. Man, that was a rich, chocolatey game. I wish that had never had to end. Also, if one person says LSD Dream Emulator, I'm turning it off. Not every... The internet is, but again, say it's happening everywhere. What is that? What does that mean, really? Nothing, I say. Is there a goal? Am I supposed to be doing something? What are your dreams like? By the way, I'm always interested in hearing. I'm sort of a fascinated an aeronaut. I've gotten serious about charting and mapping my dreams from a young age. I have lots of notebooks full of dream maps. I had a dream that was a lot like the landscape from what was that movie with that one actress where there's like a space travel machine, but it's like hoops. It's like rotating circles. Not Contact. Is it Contact? It's the one with it's based on the Carl Sagan story, where you don't ever get to see the alien because it looks like her father because it takes the form she's familiar with, which is a huge fucking cop out. But the machine looks cool. And when she travels through it, from an outside perspective, no time passes, so it looks like it failed. I want to say that's Contact. Yeah, Contact is the one I always confuse with Arrival. It is Contact. Arrival's the one with the backwards knee aliens. So yeah, in Contact, there's this really beautiful scene. A knowledge on silicon and glass, which turns out to ash just as quickly as flesh and bone. That's actually not wrong. Jodie Foster. Fuck, that's her name. What are her tits like, I wonder? I've actually never looked her up on AZ Nude. I bet she's heartbroken. I bet she's in her mansion right now reading an article about how she's the least searched actress on AZ Nude. And she's like, blue, like wiping her tears away with fat stacks of cash from her movie deals and being like, oh, nerds on the internet don't want to know what my tits look like. Nothing I can do for you. Fucking tough cookies, toots. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Get better tits, I guess. But yeah, Contact has this scene where she's on the alien planet. It's like a beach from Subnautica at night, where there's an alien moon in the sky. It's really ethereal and pretty, and I'm like, I had a big deja vu moment because I've had dreams just like that, where I guess my subconscious wasn't feeling very creative that night, so it just took something I was already familiar with, and sort of twisted things about it. So I was on the beach, but the sky was the stars were different. There was like a gas giant in the sky instead of the moon. There was weirdly colored red foliage. It's like the Star Trek set designer's idea of what an alien planet is. But it was really pretty. It felt really chill and warm. The sand between my toes and everything. I have weird feelings about that. About these places that I've kind of been to, but also not been to. Built so many sanctuaries, some of light, others of stone. Stores ground them all to the sand. I don't know what that is. This looks really like fuck. That's a core memory that just unlocked. Anybody else remember the same member berry I do of VRML? That's a juicy, delectable member berry. VRML was like the first effort ever to create a 3D internet, and it fucking sucked dick. It took a lot longer than a regular website to load in an age where even GeoCities sites took like a minute to load. And all you really got out of it was like really shitty, untextured 3D models that look, almost all of them were like temples or pyramids. Because that's what you can make with a few polygons. But everyone's like, whoa, shit, we're exploring the internet in 3D. It's Johnny Mnemonic, it's the future today. I'm trying. Won't let me. There you go. 71221. Am I going to need that later? 71221. Somebody, for the love of God, remember that for me, because my brain is Swiss cheese. Got to find all the crystals. There's like an objective goal here. That's a new one on me. This does actually feel a lot like a... I'm going to break my own rule. This does feel like a lot like a new generation LSD Dream Emulator. Oh! Oh! Oh, my Harble and my Yarbles. No, oh. Anxious, anxious. I can deal with losing my Harble, but not my Yarbles. Thank you, Pragmatist. Wow, you're still here. I don't know why. Hope I'm being entertaining. I'm just being myself. Although sometimes I suspect people come here to cringe at me, which is also fine. That's the secret. Nobody can if you cringe at yourself first, then you can get out in front of stuff like that. Oh shit, this looks like a Trapper Keeper cover, kind of. This is rubbing a deep sexual spot in my heart. This is basically exactly what I wanted cyberspace to look like. Am I talking shit? Does anybody else remember that, or am I the oldest one here? There was a hot minute in design language for like video games and movies, like Johnny Mnemonic, where this is what the internet was going to look like. It's just all neon colors and basic shapes and fucking crystals and geometric figures. That was cool. What happened to that? I realized probably that was a function of hardware limitations of the period, and they assumed that 3D hardware was going to advance much more slowly. We have a word for vaporwave. We have a word for Y2K aesthetic. We have a word for Fruitiger Arrow. What's the aesthetic of Trapper Keeper covers that were like cyberspace? And VRML. VRML is the same kind of thing. Just like shit 3D cyberspace. Really? Now you have me interested. I've always... That's like a comfort zone for me. That's like my happy place, because that's where I spent a lot of my daydreams in the 1990s in middle school when I wanted to die. I either wanted to kill or die because of the fundamentalist fucking Protestant middle school that I had been sent to. And I spent a lot of time inside my own mind doodling in my binder. Mostly concentration camp diagrams, which I'm not going to defend. That's ugly, but that's where the mind goes when you're forced to learn about like creation science and shit. Everybody knows about that now because of Reddit sharing all the pages from the Abeka books and ACE curriculum on the web, where they're like, nobody knows what electricity is, and scientists lie about dinosaurs. But I just kind of withdrew into myself like a emotional turtle. I turned inwards as a refuge. Oh shit, I don't know if I was supposed to do that. And that was around the same time, like 92, 93, where virtual reality was getting huge, as like the hype machine for it was getting started up. So I was reading this young adult novel series called Virtual Reality, which is the only thing in the Christian library that appealed to me. But of course it was a Christian book series. So what they do is they take a topic they know kids are interested in, like VR, or dinosaurs. Dinosaurs was another big one they used to lure you in. And it's like the candy they used to get you into their white unmarked van. And that's most of Jesus-themed entertainment, is just they're trying to use something you actually care about to lure you in so they can talk about Jesus. There's a couple exceptions to this that do a much more elegant job of weaving the Jesus in with the entertainment, like VeggieTales. I still like VeggieTales. I still think VeggieTales is entertaining and well made because they actually cared about what they were making. Like the Jesus was just background; it's just flavoring. It wasn't the main course. Cries of the Wounded Titan. I have no idea. But yeah, I read this series of young adult novels. I want to say young adult generously, where every couple pages they would talk about Jesus spontaneously, and that's just like the onions in food that you eat around, so you can still enjoy the meal. And it's really funny. I still have those somewhere to read them today because they talk about VR technology in breathless terms about how impressive it is. Like, it has thousands of colors, and it updates for each eye at 30 frames per second, and it's got 320 by 240. Actually, it was more than that. It's like 1,000 pixels by 1,000 pixels resolution, which they thought was impressive, I guess, at the time. But it's like nothing next to Oculus Rift, even. It doesn't need to be that way. I almost wish I'd stayed in the fold so I could have improved at Christian entertainment. They just need somebody who can keep their dick in their pants long enough to tell an interesting story that doesn't involve Jesus before they start making with the Jesus stuff. $923-102 is the next one. So this realm has a password we're supposed to get to. I wonder if these are procedurally generated or if they're unique. It looks like a fucking Mario Sunshine bonus level. Which is funny because, I mean, obviously the Bible has compelling lore. It has been enduringly popular for centuries. So, in the right hands, if Christians weren't constantly offended pennywaists about anything involving their, because they take it too seriously. If they're willing to take some liberties for entertainment's sake, you could have an awesome fighting game where it's like angels versus demons or Jesus versus Satan, or like I actually have a dream game where it's a battle in heaven tactics RPG, similar to Final Fantasy Tactics or maybe a Tactics Ogre. You have different angel units that are all the different types of angels, which would be very marketable now because everybody's interested in those memes about biblically accurate angels. But it's actually not just one. There's like the Seraphim and there's the Ophanim, and there's only one type of angel that looks remotely human-like. Become desert. So they could all have different stats. You basically have a pre-existing canonical bestiary that you can populate your unit roster with. And the demons are the same way. There's super fucking detailed. I think autists probably got into religion as their special interest back when that was the only acceptable special interest. And that was the only place for autists to go because they were unemployable. Probably a lot of the clergy historically were autists. Come on. Gross once. Grass and soil, trees and water. The deluge chewed through and all made it dust. Something catastrophic happened. So I picture the wheels within wheels, which I think are the Ophanim, I don't remember, as being like tank units, as being like functioning the same way as armor. Heavy hitting and armored, but slow moving. And the Archangels would be like hero units, where they're the only ones who are recognizable and have individual like names outside of their class, and each of them has a special. Kind of like how your units in Fire Emblem are all fully fleshed out characters instead of just faceless drones. It would be a mixture of the two. Only the hero units would be like Fire Emblem units. Cherubs, fuck. God God, that's a good one. I want to say they would be scouts. Cherubs make good scouts, and they would be able to drive back fog of war in the area around them, and it would remain visible for a set number of turns. And they would also have the special ability to cast a status affliction that reduces the enemy's willingness to fight, as a nod to like Cupid, even though Cupid is not Christian canon. So that'd be their two abilities, main abilities anyway. I want to say what are the different demon types? I would need to know more about that. There's like generals of hell, I know. That's so fucking brutal and metal. Generals of hell. Can you see what I'm talking about in your mind's eye, though? Like a Bible Tactics RPG? Doesn't it write itself? Isn't it obvious? Like, the Bible's all about imagining epic, legendary battles between spiritual beings. I feel like that makes the most sense. Either that or an RPG based upon the events of the Bible, of the New Testament itself, which is already in the works. There's like a RPG Maker Jesus RPG, which is not the one I mean. It's called I Am Jesus Christ, and then there's the 3D one, which is not great. It's not the best game I've played. It's sort of like a simplified Skyrim without the side quests. But it's also not the worst I've ever played. It's pretty good. It's a step up for Christian gaming. You can tell I got a love-hate relationship, because on the one hand, I mean, I had a bad time at that school, and with people like that, broadly speaking. But at the same time, I've grown out of that mindset for the most part, and I have nostalgia. It's a weird, conflicted feeling. That's whatever you grow up with is what you're nostalgic for. So even though I left that world behind and I have negative feelings about some of the teachings and the people, I still think the lore is really neato, because I was forced to memorize it. I went to an Episcopalian school after that, which is really relaxed by comparison. That was pretty chill. That was a good place to unwind and detox. 9231. Is that persistent? Is that the same code? Do you have to quit out every time? It almost seems like you do. I want to see more of what the scheme has to offer, though. I haven't so far figured out how to backtrack. Oh, you were a conscript. You want to talk about that? I think I'm done masturbating to my own game idea, which is also something other people have had too. There was a South Park episode where Kenny plays this exact game idea on his golden PSP, and I was like, "Fuck, that's my game idea." Fucking South Park. If Simpsons didn't already do it, then South Park did. Remember the Kenny's golden PSP episode where he's playing almost exactly I think it's implied to be an RTS, the one that he plays, but I had that idea in middle school. I drew pictures of it. Which are probably still in a binder at the bottom of a dresser somewhere. The music would be an important part too. I'd want orchestral music for everything. Music is such an understated, underestimated important part of games. I've heard that. I don't know how true that is universally. I know our tanks specifically are unfortunately really wasteful. The Abrams is kind of a nightmare. Wow, all the dimensions are so different. This is more like the inside of my brain than the other ones so far. The Abrams apparently runs on jet fuel. Do I have that right? So not only does it not run on any fuel you can get locally to the battlefield, but it's apparently a nightmare in terms of breaking down and shit failing. But that's for a reason, though. It's not because it was incompetently designed. It's all the trade-offs we made. Because America is a wealthy nation with a big military budget, can afford to make compromises in terms of those attributes to achieve the best possible performance out of it. So it can do amazing things, but it's only really possible to be fielded by a country like the United States, which has the logistic ability to deliver all the fuels and parts it needs. That's fascinating. I guess I was wrong then. That's the impression I get, though, is that it's a big baby. It's a really demanding diva and a princess of a tank. As I would expect. Amundsen Scott South Pole Station also burns jet fuel in their generators. Even the roads seemed to hold their breath as the sky came ever closer. Ominous, ominous. Omnibus. Okay, so there's apparently a fixed ground. It's that purple shit from Mario. That's almost never a good sign. Wish I had a flashlight. Look at this housing. I hate this. How come I can't get up here? I cannot deny this has that vibe I like, though. I don't want to say liminal space, because liminal space is a meme now. Which makes me sad. I'm not done with it yet. Everything I write, I hold more than the others. This isn't fair. This is moody. More spinning crystals. How do I get up there? I think one of the biggest barriers is I can't fucking see anything. Everything's black on black. It's like my living situation. Every time I buy a laundry basket or a shelving unit or any kind of cable or furniture, it's always black. So unfortunately, because I want things to match, but I miscalculated. I didn't realize by doing so, all my shit was going to be black. So black on black is really hard to make out, especially in dim lighting. That's impressive. It's impressive we could build such a monster and have it be so needy and still meet its needs. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, go. It just seems like strategically a liability. If it was my choice to make, maybe I'm not the strategist I think I am, I would want a simpler tank that is a compromise, that is easier to get to service and keep running far away from. Then again, I guess that wouldn't really make the most of American logistics, which we invest a lot of money into, don't we? So maybe the Abrams is precisely the tank that gives us the advantage that can only be had if you have the logistical capability of the U.S. military. I'd have to think about it. It's a lot like the F-35, which is the same kind of dynamic. Our glass towers are in gold lights were not enough to protect us. That's a good. That tempers my opinion of the Abrams somewhat. Tanks are really cool, aren't they? They're one of my interests. a very minor interest I got into in a funny way. Did you know that there are underwater tanks? Or rather, that travel underwater is a feature many tanks have optionally. It's called deep wading, where they use snorkels, and the tank is heavy enough to sink by itself because the crew compartment is small. And they use a compressor to suck down air from the surface and circulate it both to the engine and the compartment. So, like, basically the world's clunkiest submersible, but it's positive pressure, I believe. So they have to pop their ears. Imagine the fucking nightmare of being trapped in a tank that's in the middle of deep wading, like 20 feet underwater, and the engine dies. And now you're stuck in a metal capsule with another person rapidly breathing up the oxygen and soiling the air with carbon dioxide. And there's no way to get out because of the water on the other side of the hatch. You just sealed yourself inside of your tomb, basically. I mean, I guess if it's positive pressure, there isn't a differential holding the hatch shut. Only if it's one of the really thick chimneys. Not all the chimneys are that wide. I've seen some pretty narrow, deep wading chimneys, depending on the type of tank. Wonder if there's ever in history been an instance of two tanks fighting each other while underwater. (101,322). Someone record that. The black pyramid dimensions password, which appears to go to the neon dimension based on the coloration of this artifact, is 101,322. So I think exit out and start over again. I don't know if you're meant to do that. I think there might be some way within the game to access other dimensions. I want to see one more dimension before we quit tonight because we're almost out of time. Also, for anyone interested in those AIs, which I don't know why you would be unless you read my... I've seen the tank chimneys you're talking about. I've seen the ones with the dudes poking out the top of them with rifles. They're not all like that, though. I'm pretty sure of that. I know that some have those, but some for deep wading just... They're not all thick, though, enough for a human. Some of them are just pipes, based on what I've seen, anyway. Maybe all the new ones are thick with 2 C's. Don't you give me the same one. Oh, this is different. I wonder how many different dimensions there are. I was hoping for something prettier. If anything, this is gloomier than the last one. Yeah, maybe. Crew is a component of the tank, comrade. Replaceable. Plenty of Russians. Plenty of Russians. Little comrade. Remember what words of the people's possum say. Finest tanks in Cosmotopia need only human occupant. And there are plenty of little comrades to go around. Oh, what the fuck is this one? Okay, write down this one. 331410. Ogres. Artifact decryption. 331410. I'll go through chat after stream and copy these down to a notepad document. I feel like this is some ARG shit. Maybe the codes are not even used in the game itself. It could be that there's like a zip file in the game files. A lot of these games try to do spooky shit like that. Where you can unlock RAR archives with codes obtained in the game. Or it'll copy files to your desktop and shit with like spooky pictures. Let's see if there's another dimension we haven't seen already. We got 5 minutes. We got time for one more. There's 331410, I believe. I don't remember exactly. I probably should have a notepad by me when I play these games. That would be responsible. Where's the fun in that? Which... I also can't fucking tell if the dimension you get is randomized, or like when you go through the doors, or if specific doors lead to specific worlds. That would be helpful to know. I think I've been in the house one already, or have I? Let's check this out. Oh, I haven't been here. How many fucking worlds are there? There's over 7 realms. Can I have a single fucking private moment in his house? No. It's 2023, bro. There's flying spy drones in the air. Oh, red sky, always ominous. In bad dreams, the sky's often red. It never signifies anything good. There's civilization here, though. They built the fence. This runs me into the gloom. Which is a superb experience, by the way, for anyone who's looking for an undiscovered gem. It looks like it was made on the Doom engine. It looks terrible. But it's got some of the most fantastical atmosphere in any game I've ever played. It has great... I would say great writing. There's a lot of typos, but it's very creative, imaginative writing. This looks the most livable of any of the dimensions so far. There's fucking toilets full of terror turds, but even so, there's apparently plumbing, indoor plumbing here. And there's free housing for all. This is the socialist dream. Backwards jumping up the stairs like it's a goddamn Mario game. Uh-oh. Well, I didn't intend for that. Who can I blame that on? Who do I know that I can sue? Is the most American thought I've ever had. So I've been hearing conflicting things about what's happening in Russia. Does anyone have the scoop? I've been trying to listen to both sides, and if you listen to right-wing sources, Russia's winning, and it's looking bad for Ukraine. If you listen to left-wing sources, they say Ukraine's winning, it's looking bad for Russians. I can't really get a sense of... Usually I can get a sense by reading in between the lines. It's hard to here, though. But it seems like the left-wing sources are more anxious and pushing for more weapons. But it's sounding like no matter how many weapons we send, basically Ukraine's going to fight to the last man, and the Russia's going to kill them to the last man. So it's hard to see how Russia conquering Ukraine is a desirable outcome for Russia, because they're going to inherit like a wasteland. Like, it sounds like Russia's having a bad time, but it also sounds like Ukraine still can't win, which is the worst of both worlds. Okay, 82171. 82171. Someone write that down. By the way, thank you, Strider Gift, for the last one. That's what I've heard about Russia too, which is still kind of surreal. It's worn off though. It was a big surprise when it first happened because I remember being really impressed by Russian special forces pictures in like the mid 2000s. I wonder what these codes go to. We're gonna have to find out next time because, and I will revisit this if reminded to, because we are out of time for tonight. And I hope you had a good time. I had a great time. I hope that the AI section of my characters interacting enticed some of you to buy my books and find out what those characters are all about and what their story is. And I hope this turns out to be a smart idea. I've been trying to get on top of this whole AI thing and make it work for me as fast as possible by leveraging it towards my writing in all the ways I can think of. I'm surprised nobody's already done this. I would expect every major entertainment like property holder to have licensed versions of their characters that they can charge people access to interact with within their own like Steam-like front end. But I guess I'm the first on the scene in a manner of speaking, and is it a good idea? Not only am I going to be using 11 Labs voice synthesis to perform incidental speaking roles, not the main narrator. The main narrator is crucial. That will still be a human, and it's still a human who's going to be mixing the audio together and doing all the background sound effects and ambient audio for the creepy vibes of the stories. But incidental characters, especially people who we can't get enough vocal variety for, like we don't have any women, I think, at that publisher. It's only like 4 guys, so we might have to use 11 Labs to generate a few female voices, which we should be able to get the rights to. Like their friends and family will probably be willing to contribute training audio to have digital facsimiles that we own the rights to for generating voices. So that's going to help lighten the workload of creating the audiobooks. And the AI, character.ai, depending on what their legalese and usage restrictions are like, I think as long as they're not like the main product, as long as they're like a perk, I can use them as a sort of bonus, like a party favor, like something, just a nice little something for fans of my writing. And of course, anybody who pledges to the Patreon could just share the links, but I hope having paid for them, they won't want to. The idea here, I guess actually, though, you all have the links because I just streamed it and the URL appeared in the URL bar, so anybody can just copy that off of my stream. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you like what you saw, Pragma Cinda, whatever the fuck your name is. I'm sorry. It's important to me. I'm just really bad with names. Hope I can count on seeing you again. Don't be a stranger. If you will, I'll cry. You don't want that, do you, you monster? You want to make me cry? You want to make a pure, innocent, well-intentioned young man cry and see his tears? Yeah, you caught the end of it, didn't you, Xenonbine? You better watch the VOD, Xenonbine. This was a banger tonight. We got to talk to all the AIs I've made so far. We even made a new AI on stream. We played, I think, 2 pretty interesting horror games, which is 2 for 2 is a pretty good average for this channel. Usually we get like 75% or more of them are stinkers. I know I'm not selling my channel really well, but that's not my fault. It's just when you scrape the bottom of the bargain barrel when it comes to indie games, you should expect most of them will be turds, and you have to play a bunch of turds to enjoy a gem. Yeah, that's all for this time. Thank you all for joining me, as always. I only can bring myself to actually sit down and play all the way through a game when I have the judgmental eyes of chat on me. And I actually value that, and I have nothing but thanks for you guys. And also for the questions you suggested for the AI section. We'll do more of that, but I don't want every one of my streams to be AI from now on. So I'm going to try a mixture. Is it a good mixture between AI content, which is a new hot thing right now in streaming, and indie horror? Because indie horror is like my bread and butter. If I ever abandoned it, I would lose my identity as a streamer. Yeah. Get at me again on Friday. Same ham time, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. What else? This is I think that's it. This is Hamdad signing off and returning you to your regularly scheduled. I don't know what you do. I assume it's the same as what I do, which is just cry in bed. So enjoy that.